Hello, how are you doing tonight on the nice night that we are on? These a little bit later than my usual stream start time, but sometimes it just do be do like that. How y'all doing? You doing good? Hi. Hi. I was struggling a bit on what to stream today. There's a few streams planned for later this week and weekend. Or I guess all the weekend, really. It's almost the end of the week. But today it's kind of a middle ground. So I figured, why not I try a new game that I've been meaning to look at, and we can do some planning for some future stuff that will be like a little bit of a teaser, a little bit of a tease that you guys can get all excited for. That's coming up in the next couple of days. So for those that are tuning in tonight, you get to see a little early and maybe even have some input on some of the epic content on the way, Pretty nice, right? Shark Missile, thank you for the 29 months. What's up? As well as No Foul, No Harm with the 45. Bovine Lord with the 34. Thank you, Bovine. Childish Flambino, thank you for the 17. Lamara had a full year-long resub. Thank you. I love content. D-Boys, not specifically, although we could, make it thematically D-Boys. You'll see in a minute, but we kind of have a sky's the limit situation in which I'm looking on you guys for inspiration. We'll do a little bit of a brainstorm, a little creative brainstorm tonight. Slender's Pep, thank you for gifting a sub as well. Here, I'll turn on the camera. Although I am in max scraggly mode. I have a haircut coming up soon, and I have not shaved because I figured I might as well do it all at the same time. So I'm kind of growing out the that streamer, hermit vibe. That's where I'm living right now. Could this be a Criken's Coliseum? Not exactly, but similar vein. Looking real French. I've gotten that several times. I don't know what the French vibe is that I give off, but people tell me that I look French. You should get a bowl cut. Hey, percussion. I actually had a bowl cut in high school at one point. The person that cuts my hair fucked up and did a bowl cut, and I got mercilessly teased. Actually, I don't know if I told you guys this story. This is an actual genuine story. I went to a friend's birthday party, and a bunch of boy teens. We love playing paintball on our birthday, right? That's kind of like a go-to. So thank you, Gooby, by the way, for the 53, and Itchy for the 42. And Murdoch Mix, thank you for the 29. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Percussion, for getting this story started. This is some hidden lore that you guys will absolutely judge me for. Yeah, so it was my friend's birthday, and he wanted to host a paintball party, and so we go to get loaded up with our paintballs. I had just gotten a haircut, but unfortunately the barber basically just gave me a full-on bowl cut. It was like, very unapologetically just like round all the way, and I don't know what he was thinking, but I was really embarrassed by it. And I go to this birthday, and the birthday boy makes fun of me in front of all of his friends that he had collected. I was one of the friends invited to his birthday. It was kind of a small group. And he makes fun of me for my haircut. And I was really self-conscious, and I was like kind of down about it. And so then we went out and played paintball. And, in paintball, it's a little hard to tell sometimes whose team you're on. Like sometimes you get like an armband that shows which team you're on. Well, I was on the birthday boys team, the one that just made fun of me. And there was a point during one of the skirmishes we had where he was a ways off, and I couldn't remember if he was on my team or not. And so I had the drop on him, and I remember aiming my paintball gun directly, like clean shot, right at his back, because he didn't know I was there. And right before I did it, I remembered that he was on my team. And then I looked back, and I had this moral moment where I was like, he just bullied me. And I have the moment here that I can take him out of the game. But he's on my team, so I shouldn't. And then I'm like, do I have plausible deniability? Can I not see his armband from here? And I was like, you know what? From the angle that I'm at, I actually can't see his armband, so I can just forget what team he was on. And I was like, okay. And I pulled the trigger and poof, I shoot him right in the back, and he's, he was rolling around. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were on the other team. I couldn't tell. Yeah, that was a dark moment I had. Did you double tap? No, it was one clean shot in the back, right in between the shoulder blades. And it was like from far enough away that it wasn't like really painful, but it was close enough that like, yeah, it would have stung. So don't make fun of people's bowl cuts because they might shoot you with a paintball. So you've always been like this? What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? I am a very kind gentleman. Is that a threat? No, it's just a suggestion, really. Criken villain arc. My bowl cut looks fine. Wow, thank you guys. You're so kind today. Good, because, you know, we should go play paintball. Are you the evil twin? I'd say I probably was the evil twin for the first... Well, no. For like a period of time in my teen years, I definitely was an evil twin. And then I became the good twin again. And I was a good twin when I was born. Like the first, I don't know, maybe 12 years of my life, I was a really good twin. And then I got evil for a little bit. And then I became good again, probably like around 20, you know? Or maybe like 22, 20, yeah. And now I'm a great twin. It's called puberty. What about now? TBD, you know? I think I'm still in my good twin arc, but I've also been... well, you know, you've seen enough of my streams that I think we span quite a moral kind of stretch, I feel like, on this channel, you know? What if the twin isn't streaming while the real Criken is out paintballing people? It would be honestly a lot easier if I had an actual twin to rely on, evil or otherwise. I think I would get a lot more done. Unfortunately, I'm still operating on the whole one consciousness thing, but you know, maybe you'll get an upgrade sometime. Calkire, thank you for the 35 months, or Calcurie, don't know how to pronounce it, and I've been told that I pronounce things very bad. Hawasine, thank you for the 8 months, and Orahako, thank you for the 28. Need a homunculus? I would love a homunculus, dude. I'd design a really cool homunculus. And Real Moodle, thank you for the 5 months as well. Diplonus, thank you for the 25. I dab up the incredible streamer. Hey, thanks. That's great. Let's see. What does one do with music around here? Here, let me show you kind of what I'm getting at for what we'll do a little bit later tonight. You should do a stream where you wear heavy goth makeup and pretend to be the evil twin. I've done that before. That is that's the Cronovan stream. We'll see if he comes back. Maybe October is Cronovan's month. Who knows? Anonymous, thank you for gifting sub to Criken's only nemesis. Didn't know that's a channel. Kind of concerning, but a little loud. Yeah, we gotta come up with a whole bunch of stuff for October, don't we? Divine Sheen, thank you for the 22 months. Is that RuneScape? Yeah, RuneScape's a great like ambient soundtrack. Play Alien Isolation VR? That would be scary. There's a few different horror games that have been recommended. We're gonna try one of them tonight, although it's just a demo, I think. But it's a demo for an SCP game. And you guys love SCP, don't you? Don't ya? Plague Tale 2 comes out in October. Oh yeah, we gotta play Plague Tale 2 or 1 before that. Is there a submission page for ideas? There is a recommendations channel in the Discord you can use. But we can also, I kind of use streams like this where we can catch up and come up with ideas. You play Grounded? I have never played Grounded before. I should totally play Grounded. That game looks scary. I'd definitely do that. Hey, it's Hayden. Hey, Hayden. Thank you for the 2 months. And Bloodwinder, thank you for the 18. All right, let me show you what we're doing a little bit later tonight. So we're gonna split the stream in two. There's this intro where I'm talking about bullshit, and then we're gonna play an SCP demo for, I think it's like an hour-ish on average, and then we're going to go back to this kind of brainstorm section, and maybe I'll do WoW grinding, maybe not. I haven't decided yet. I feel like I really don't want to become a WoW channel, but there's so much fucking hours put in that stupid game. Anyway, this is what I wanted to brainstorm with you guys. So, in the near future, I'm not going to give away all the specifics because it's going to be a surprise, but we're going to be having another stream. That part's not a surprise. That should be obvious. But there's going to be a stream that we're doing in cooperation with Charborg and his community. And that stream will entail somewhat of a D&D adventure, I'd say, that we are putting on for you guys as our chats. And so, as part of that, we want to design an adventure that everyone would find fun, and that has like a flexible enough setting that we could have, you know, chat interaction, like go different ways, you know? AI novel Age of Dragons 2. Yeah, kind of Age of Dragons like, you know? So, is it a date with Charborg's chat? It's, you know what? In a way, yes. I would say the date part is probably secondary. It might become primary because that's how horny you guys are, but it's not. That's not the original intent. Think of this as the setting of your date and your experience, right? So what I wanted to do is get down on some paper, and by paper I mean notepad. We're gonna write down a couple different ideas for locations that you guys would be interested in, or different like NPCs or like fantasy tropes, you know, that you'd want, you know, any adjective descriptors. At this point, like, we're getting it all out here. It's why it's a brainstorm. Let's get it all out on paper, and then he and I will be crafting the actual adventure from the results. So that is kind of the idea. I want to be a dragonborn. Okay, well that's, I think, copyright, but let's try something else. What is a good, just start throwing ideas out there, okay? And we'll see what we can latch onto. Dragon Knoll. Love that, love that. Okay, Dragon Knoll. It's a part dragon, part knoll? Is this an antagonist? Is this a hero? I also saw Dragon Mole. This is, I'm sensing a theme here. Okay, all right, let's roll with this. Mad scientist splicing dragons into different creatures. Okay. Here, we're just gonna move this here and make these examples of that, and then we can get some more after that. Maybe the scientist is a mind goblin. All right. Let's get some more out here. Let's leave the scientists behind right now. No more dragon-related things. What's the next? You know, give me a setting. Give me a setting. You know. What sort of settings would you interest? Bridge, okay. Bridge. Interesting. Big bridge. Big bridge leading into town. Okay, we'll put this under the header of settings. Pirate Bay. Okay, I like it. I like it. Mushroom Dungeon. I like it. I love it. Let's keep going. Upside Down Forest. Upside Down Forest. I don't know if that one's going to be that easy, but we'll try. Town Hall. Okay, easy. Goblin Tavern. Gotcha. Okay, that can be part of the Pirate Bay, maybe. I think this is a good number so far. Let's think of let's go a bit deeper on some of these. Pirate Bay. Here, I'll put Goblin Tavern as part of that. And Big bridge leading in. That way we can get rid of these. What's with the town hall? Give me some more descriptors about the town hall. The town hall of Pirate Bay. Corrupt, murder, Mars, haunted, dark, stinky, musty. It's wet. Okay. It's wet. 3 people said it's wet. Okay. Mushroom Dungeon in the Upside Down Forest. We'd say these are the same thing. What else? Let's go deeper into the Mushroom Dungeon. Full of snails. Okay, okay. Full of snail people. I like that. Bad air. Bad air. Okay. Maybe psychedelic. Mummies? Hey, what's up, Daisy? We're coming up with a list of stuff for a D&D show that will be happening in the near future, starring my chat room and my buddy Charborg in his chat room. And I'm letting chat come up with some just basic brainstormed ideas. So, have at it, guys. We have mad scientists splicing dragons into different creatures. Here's some examples. Settings, we have a Pirate Bay, a Goblin Tavern, a big bridge leading in to town, Town Hall, and we know that Town Hall is wet. People were very insistent on that. Tentacle plants. Fantasy murder mystery. Those are kind of hard to pull off, but I like the idea. We'll put that in... That seems like a different campaign almost, or like a different session, but I do like the idea of it. I'll hide that down there. 1960s French masquerade cocktail party. Okay. 1960s French masquerade cocktail party. Sure, chat. Whatever you say. What else we got? Upside down forest in a giant rotting tree. That might be hard to do both in a tree within a tree, or a bunch of trees within a tree. Although maybe, okay, upside down forest of mushrooms in a giant Rotting tree. Okay. All right, here we go. So in the rotting tree is the mushroom dungeon. Ah, okay, okay. We're doing it. What if it's the world tree? All right. Mushroom dungeon in giant rotting world tree? Okay. Gnome with the glowing eyes. All right, maybe. All right, we'll bump settings down for now. We have a lot of them. Let's go to NPCs. We'll do some NPC generation, okay? Glowing-eyed gnome. No specific reason for that one, I'm sure. Talking kangaroo. What, like fucking Kangaroo Jack? Oh boy, here we go. Chat's already getting horny. Does Kangaroo Jack not talk? I thought he talked. I guess he just looks cool. Wears clothes. You guys really want a talking rat. Okay. Talking rat. Come on, give me more than that though. That's boring. Let's work with it. Something else about the talking rat. Develop it. Fish with human teeth. There we go. Fish with human teeth. Rat always lies. Talking rat with sunglasses. Rat always lies. Sure, why not? Look, just because I'm writing these down doesn't mean they're all making it in. Okay, we're getting some ideas to start with. A beardless dwarf who can't stop crying. Okay. God, these are all sad. Do you have any fun ones? Rock with googly eyes. All right, that's kind of fun. Beehive golem. That is cool. That is cool. All right, we're getting there. The best clown ever. That seems subjective. We need descriptors. Give me adjectives. Give me, more like high concept stuff. Glass knight. Knight made out of glass. That's cool. A kobold clown whose claws are too big for his shoes. Okay. Sure. A mimic chest bank. I'm trying to think how I can pull that off. It's a cool idea, though. A mimic bank. Sandwich. That's actually funny. Give me stuff that might work for the setting, because right now this is very random. Remember, the setting is Pirate Bay, Mushroom Dungeon, and Giant Rotting World Tree. Snail Priest. Alright, give me more about the Snail Priest. I want more. I want more from him. Is he kind of like the snail? Is he like the priest, like the turtle priest from, or the tortoise priest from Elden Ring? He is celibate. Okay. Great. Good work, guys. You're doing really well. Give him a funny hat. With funny hat. All right. Shellabit. Great. Peg-armed pirate. Isn't that the thing from Family Guy? I don't really want to touch Family Guy, dude. Once we touch Family Guy, it's infected the entire story. Gnome that swallowed a cannonball by accident. Interesting. I kind of just want to imagine how that could work out. Rum elemental? Huh. We'll do a rum elemental bartender. That sounds fun. Dog dressed as a human. Sure. Elf that started to turn into a mushroom. I like that. That's interesting. Power captain that sails his ship on land and not the sea. Okay. I'm trying to keep things relatively simple because it's unlikely that we'll be able to have a consistent plot knowing chat. It's more important, I think, that we just have a lot of options and kind of variety of setting, you know? Undead crab with a gun. I like undead crab. Undead crab. With, I don't know if we can do guns. Let's do a cannon claw. A crossbow. I guess pirates can have guns, right? Cannon is just big gun? True, true. Sentient boot? One of those electronic bass that plays music but actually tells you how you could die. Okay, enchanted talking bass on a wall. That tells your future. I like it. A cowboy. Okay, let's work with a cowboy. I saw someone say cowboy. How is he a cowboy in this setting? Let's see, a cowboy, that is a worm cowboy. A cowboy composed entirely out of worms. That's sick. Oh, that's kind of an Earthworm Jerry vibe, isn't it? Let's think of potential enemies. I mean, some of these are enemies, I guess, but... Or okay, maybe not enemies. Let's think of friends. Or some friends in the town that could be made, you know? Some friendly NPCs. Fish with feet. Or we have a fish with teeth. Fish with human teeth and human feet. There you go. I'm putting in the same character. Fuck that. They're not gonna be two different fish. A cool duck with a cigar. I love it. Joe Fudge. Guy Fieri. Goku. Old man telling ghost stories and heroic tales. A rat in sunglasses that always tells the truth. Oh, God. They are brothers. A chef secretly controlled by a rat in his chef's hat. I feel like that's been done. Really tall guy. Okay. No hands blacksmith. That's scary. An extremely loud fly. Sure. Turtle with wheels. Okay, I kind of dig that one. Here, let me give you a sense of what this is for. So, I'm not gonna give away too much, because this is still a secret. But a lot of the stuff you've been typing is stuff that we can, let me just give you an example. So, someone just said a turtle with wheels. Within the amount of time that they said that till now, we got this. So we're going to be able to really make this a fun adventure, I think. Yeah, it's going to be really cool. So all the descriptors you're giving now are going to be very relevant, okay? I think we're trying to do this show before TwitchCon. I need to double check with Charborg to know exactly when. But it's probably going to be this end of this weekend or beginning of next week, like first day or two of next week, if we can. Crime baby. All right. Yeah, we'll throw in a couple references. Crime boss baby. A fish whose scales are a treasure map. That's cool. A fish whose scales are a treasure map. Very, very neat. Maybe that's the same fish that's talking, the enchanted fish on the wall. Buff wizard. A snail with circular glasses. Snadge. Oh, I gotta add Snadge. I like that emote. Henry Cavill. All right, I think we have a pretty good number here. Maybe we'll come back to this later on in the stream. I don't know if this fits anymore, but we'll see which ideas we can take. A hot dog that's way too into being eaten. Isn't that fucking... What's that one movie with the hot dogs that everyone hated? I don't know if I want to touch that with a 1,000-foot pole. Yeah, sausage party. I like how it all gets flagged. Twitch is like, no, 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 no. The trombone champ. Okay. Candy golem who eats teeth. That's a haunting visual, but I love it actually. We have so many different golems now. All right, let's go back to settings. I think we need a couple more settings. So we have Pirate Bay, Goblin Tavern, big bridge leading into town, a town hall that's wet. Anything else for the town hall or the town in general? Maybe a docks area. Give me something about the docks. Fishing docks. That's... Are we thinking, what's the weather? Is it, you know, tropical? Is it frozen? Is it rainy? Sand everywhere. Sandy? Fishing docks with so much sand on it. Guys, we have a lot of different biomes we're dealing with here. If we're doing sand and a bay, but also a magical forest with mushroom people, we have to let's rein it in a little bit, okay? Let's rein it in. It's magical. Okay. It's fine, it's magic, bro. Fucking whatever. Each island a different flavor. Okay. That means we're traveling between islands. That's an interesting idea. Connects multiple islands nearby. Roving Lobsterman Raiders. Okay. Lobsterman Pirate Marauders. That's cool. Gator Gambling Den. Love that. Alright, what about this mushroom dungeon? Are we still doing this? Mushroom dungeon. How's it related to all the piratey stuff? Maybe... Drug den. Mushrooms in a swamp. Swamp pirates. Okay, okay. Nearby swamp. Outside of Port Town. It's kind of like a bayou. I like that. I like that. That's cool. So maybe instead of the sand, let's make it mud. So we're more of like a bayou. What the heck's happening here? What's up, Brett? We're basically designing or just doing a brainstorm right now of some D&D related settings and characters for a show that I'll be trying out in the next week or so. Nothing in here set in stone, but just having people throw spaghetti at a wall and see what sticks, sort of thing. Alligator with a tiny hat. Put that under the Gator Gambling Den. Run by an alligator with a tiny hat. All right, I think we have enough here actually for me to get to some generating, to generate some rough plot line. But consider this the beginning of hopefully a whole series if we can get it down. But I'm not done imagining. Hey, you can. We'll bring it back later in the stream. Okay, I think we'll take a break and do some SCP now. But then we might bust it back out afterwards and see where it takes us, you know? But SCP is scary. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Oh shit, Charborg raid. Wait, I spoke too soon. Pause what you're doing. Charborg, here, let me DM you. Actually, I'll just... Charborg, are you still here? Wave if you're still here. There he is. All right, so Charborg, I haven't given away any specifics of the show we have coming up, but rather than just like ideating in my own and like, you know, going nuts over trying to come up with different ideas, I figured I would... He was just talking about it? All right, fantastic. So he just told you everything about it? All right, fantastic. So what I thought I would do is open up my stream with kind of a brainstorm and let my viewers get different ideas down of settings that they'd like to see. Here, let me pull up the notepad again. So the idea was, they're lying to me? Oh, fuck. Well, I didn't, all right, I haven't told them anything specific. But the idea is, God, Charborg's subs are fucking terrifying. So the idea is, I wanted my viewers to help come up with different setting ideas and NPC ideas that we can then put together for a show that he and I are eventually working on. You'd love for them to help the brainstorm? Yeah, that's what I thought too. I think it would be nice if, at least when we're doing our side, that's, you know, pre-stream, having different ideas that they've suggested is like a good starting place. So these were just some of the ideas that they've come up with. Although Charborg shouldn't look at these because these are spoilers for him, because I'm going to design this without him knowing, so that when we go through it together, it's all a surprise for him. So don't look at the VOD, Charborg, and get the hell out of my stream. But thank you for dropping your viewers off, and I'm really looking forward to ideating this this design with you, you know? Top secret, chatter eyes only. It's a great idea. I'll get my chat to help me with my part soon. Yeah, see? So I think that was, it was really fun too, because like, even within the first, what, how long I've been live? Like 30 minutes? We came up with so many different settings, and I'm probably only gonna use like 30% of them, but they had a bunch of really unique ideas, and it's a lot easier to start from like this many ideas than start from like one or two, you know? So, yeah. Chat gave them the same ideas. No, he and I will have very different adventures, I'm sure. Excited to see what it actually is. So we're hoping to do it before TwitchCon, which would be either like Sunday or Monday, maybe. We'll see if we can get it done in time. I'm probably gonna work on it more after the stream tonight because I don't want to do it all on stream because it's supposed to be a surprise. But already the stuff that we just got done on this notepad is a great starting place for me. So I'm looking forward to it. Alright, we're gonna switch over to SCP now. Annie, come home? Is that called? No. Go home, Annie. Get the heck out of here, Annie. Oh my god, how long is this song? I'm trying to end it when the song ends, but it just keeps going. Nope, okay. ETT, Rage Jolt, Cocked Streak. Thank you for the 6 months. Best part about having a set schedule is being able to catch one of your peers from the other side of the world. Well, thank you, other side of the world guy. Okay, that's it. Let's switch over now, shall we? But thank you guys. I was really happy to see how into it you guys got with the brainstorming. I definitely think it will be helpful. And now you'll be able to recognize some of the settings and characters that you brainstormed today in the show when it is finished. And you'll be like, I made this, you know? I'm very excited for the show, though. I think it's going to be one of my favorite things that I've done recently, as long as it goes well. All right. I'm a little bit transparent, aren't I? Go home, Annie. Annie, Annie, Annie. Go home, Annie. Go home, Annie. Is this the right, should I be over here or do you want me to be on a different section of the screen? What do you think? Yeah, everyone always says go home, Annie, but not Annie, are you okay? Boo? Don't boo me for that. That was quality. All right, let's give it a shot. keep driving on this side.
You have scuba? Oh, my friend. Yeah.
Don't use the John thing for 37 months. Okay. Oh. Is this about a specific SCP or is it a mystery? I'm assuming the game will tell us that. For now, I don't know, though. I prefer not to be spoiled. That's some tough tape. I'm just going to cut it open. Oh, come on! Just rip it open. Use a cactus or something. So is this even yours? You locked it from the inside. Is this our home? Hammer. Yeah. Whoa! I made a heckin' mess. I'm sorry. Sensitivity is a little high. Title's on. Ocean blur is making you ill. Yeah, I know. You chat. You got such sensitive tummies. We'll turn off the motion blur. Direct complexity. Wait, ocean blur is off? No. Is it? Blurry SCP, yeah. Try wiping your eyes, chat. It's blurry. Box cutter. Oh! Oh! Doggy! Doggy. What? What? I didn't like that. What? No! I don't like this game! What the fuck? Okay. We'll find who did this, okay? Oh. That, like the sound of the door opening. Chainsaw. I have no idea how to use this thing. Gun. I'm not touching that. Okay. 5696. Why'd I do that? Alright, let's go find out what that is. Tape? Bathroom tape. Okay. Oh. It was red in the... I guess it's a different bathroom? Ugh. Strange skull. Yeah, you tell me. 323.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
So I'm remembering these
Breaks the
numbers.
law on my watch.
All Shark. Thank you for the 9 months, man. Ooh, I'm a scary baby. 9-month joke. Please leave the baby joke alone. Are you playing a VHS with tape with a camera? I don't think that was a VHS tape. That was a camera tape. Ooh, something's lagging. Something's loading in. Is it... Oh, tasty. Lamb head. Mmm. Close the fridge. We're not made of money. My bad, my bad. Oh, I can't. It's super blue. Eggs. Eggs left on the stove. They're perfectly good eggs. Dum. Monkey? Monkey statue. To the cleverest. Did the bitrate kill the or the TV kill the bitrate? Okay, I'll look away from it. Oh, wait, something's going on. Something's going down. Oh, it's one of these puzzles. You think this is the number thing? From down here? 323? Oh. Oh. Huh? Oh. Oh. What is going on here? Jesus be balling, that's me. Wait, why is he not there? Yo, wait, that's a door. Huh? Open. Ah! Something's wrong. How about now? Okay. Yeah, the bit rate is rough when I touch that. To turn off the lights and check? Seems like a bad idea. Wait. Watch this again. Okay, so in the bathroom. Wait, the bathroom. Oh, okay. So there's the dripping one on the right. It's the middle one that's been clicked, and then there's a body in the bathroom. Okay, I followed it. So it's this one. Drippy one's that. Now, got it. Ah! Oh, the body's gone. All right, well, key. And tape. What? Whoa, okay. Didn't see that. Dun 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 dun. That's cool. I'm gonna go back now, okay? Right, well, I got a fancy little key to the attic. Okay, some hanging onions and garlic. Oh boy. What is that? Hanging... I'm gonna say sausages and not turds. I'm gonna go with not turds. 501. Game cartridge. Oh boy. Is that Barrakin? Oh man.
Great, Jack! Fantastic!
Hey Harper, thank you for the 46 months. Boo. Who do you? Wait, static key nearby? Oh, there's a hidden ham. There he is.
Poor deluded Chris. How you so love your precious self.
Good potatoes. Thank you for the 21 months. What do I do with the big ham? I don't know. Okay. Red, relax collection. Remember when I did that stream where I played the different audio, like scare sound effects from classic Halloween, like a classic Halloween DVD? Oh, there's a girl there. I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Midnight. Okay. There's me. Sick brick. Put jazz on. Oh yeah, that was fun, and then it got racist. Yeah, no, it was like 80% fine, and then suddenly it got racist like an hour and a half into the fucking CD, I remember. Oh, that was weird. Cold Leaf, thank you for the resub. Everything fine? It's fine. You like jazz? Let me see. What else we got? Oldies? And Snake. Go. Snake's broken. Oldies. Aurea, thank you for the 66 months. You like that? Oh. Alright, let me... You're using the record player wrong? Well, is there any real wrong way to express yourself with art? Sick brick. Okay, let's see what the tape want me to do again. If you're playing like a Doom-looking game... What time is it there? Shit. So Doom game. $11:30. 11:30. I think it was playing jazz. And then we need to find... Don't play Doom at 11:30. Doom at 11:30 challenge. 184. Another number. Aha. This is it. Here we go. All right. I'm going here. Hey.
No.
Oh.
Not here. Leave. Leave me alone.
What the fuck was that? Was there an air horn? Go!
Class speaks subordinate 3546. Please approach the intercom. Crap. Sorry, forgot we gave you a message.
Huh?
Hello, D-Class 3546. You work here.
Woo.
This is the SCP Replication Division. We make replicas of anomalous objects and paranormal events here.
Okay.
I am the sub-coordinator. You've run through this scenario over 100 times. We gave you some forgetting pills called amnestics this time.
There are doggies over
We
here.
thought it would maybe change the outcome of the test. We also put a bunch of SCPs in the house just to see what would happen. SCPs
Why'd they do that though? Getting out of here.
The intercom in
Loud.
the middle of the hangar.
It's gonna get
It's on the
louder.
raised platform next to the control panel.
Okay, I'm coming. Please stop screaming. Okay.
Please stop walking around aimlessly.
I'm
Come
trying.
on, raised platform, speaking to the intercom.
SCP
We need to finalize the test.
Enactment Test 179, completed by
Ugh.
Class D subordinate
Why is this so
number
loud?
3546. Request restoration of reenactment scene by cleanup crew.
Did I actually kill that dog?
Not at all. That dog was destined for that event. Unfortunately, we need to copy the real-life events that transpired as closely as possible, hence the mutilated dog.
Okay.
But you can ignore all that for now. Let's go through a quick questionnaire about your little romp through the house. First question. Upon returning the bathroom doors from the camera's void dimension and entering the bathroom, what did you encounter?
Upon returning the bathroom doors from the camera's void dimension and entering the bathroom. A vast, shallow ocean? I don't think that's right. But it was, I think it was weird.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And in the ocean you found...
Oh, a white table.
Please refrain from explaining in detail. We all know the timeline.
What?
So, what was in the drawer of the table?
What do you mean refrain from explaining if you're asking me these questions? A tape of a little girl in the attic.
Great. And when you reached the attic and set everything up, like in the video, what happened?
She told me to fuck off and vanished.
Okay. I find that highly unlikely, but have noted it nevertheless.
Obi Bro Kenobi, thank you for the 3 months, man. I find that highly unlikely. Okay.
And that concludes our interview.
Okay.
Class D subordinate, drop off the items you acquired during testing into the duffel bag next to the exit doors. After that, you may continue testing.
Where are the exit doors?
Behind you, in the corner of the hangar. Big red doors, red light shining above them. Just go do the thing. And remember, there is no replication division.
Doggies. Come with me, doggies. Oh.
Place the items acquired during testing into the duffel bag next to the exit doors.
Duffel bag? Oh.
Please just put the things you're
I
carrying
am.
into the bag next to the big red exit doors so you can leave.
Alright, D-Class number 3546. Back from another round in the house. Our biggest and most complex SCP replica. You did great.
Is that
but,
Dr. Bright?
I gotta run. Great work, and keep on, keeping on. Oh dear, I don't know how.
Ew.
Hello, Class D subordinate 3546. Don't worry, you're getting decontaminated, so you may resume your important work. Thank you for your 179th test of our prime replica, the famous camera and house combo. In the next hallway, you'll find a series of other replicated SCPs, but you needn't worry yourself with most of them.
Most of
Your
them.
objective today is to test SCP-R-354, located alarmed if you can't remember much about your life. Your memories will start coming back at some point.
Oh, that's
There
nice.
was a bit of a mix-up with the amnestics dosage. Maybe it's better you not remember your life anyway. Decontamination
Okay.
done. Happy testing.
Thank you, you too. You're so nice here. What's this? 1974 is a freestanding ceramic bathtub typical of the kind sold in the United States from the 1930s through mid-1960s. When recovered, it contained 124 liters of water. Any substance added to the water inside of SCP-974 will be drained or filtered out through unknown means. When a subject makes contact with the water, they'll immediately begin to hear two voices. One voice, hereby designated 9741, has been described as that of an American male of about 85 years of age. The other voice, hereby designated 9742, has been described as a male with a thick Russian accent of around the same age. The former claims to be 974, while the later claims to be the water filling 974. They appear to dislike each other and are described as debating constantly. The debates between 971 and 2 are about capitalism, communism, and the historical and current states of the United States of America, Soviet Union, and China. Huh. Oh, look, there it is. Can I go in? Base bathtub created using identical materials are used for bathtubs. Water sourced from 974's recovery location. After running bathtub replication system, commissioned series of tests and in parallel being asked identical questions. Testing has concluded that they're completely different personality than those of 1974. So the replicated ones have their own personalities, but they're different than the originals. Ooh. It's a large device consisting of gears, springs, and other clockwork. Two large booths are connected to the main body, enabling intake and output. We know this one. Between them is a panel with a large knob. The words rough, coarse, 1:1, fine, and very fine are positioned around the knob. When an object is placed inside the intake booth, the door slides shut. If the knob is turned to any position, it will refine the objects in the booth. The object appears to be in stasis until the output booth is opened. Wait, did they replicate it? Temporarily shut down. Due to increasing deviations of resulting refinements, it's been temporarily shut down due to the replication team fix outstanding issues. Input old game cartridge. Output a rusty key. Input 1 level 5 key card. Output redacted. Conclusion, highly erratic, illogical refinements, request shutdown. I want to play. The out of commission sign looks so scuffed. All right, what's next? Should this be open? Oh God. Item 6448, object class Keter, an anomalous branch of the Cervidae deer family. All members of the group displayed heightened intelligence and are presumed to be sapient. Many subspecimens exhibit some form of physical malformation, legs bent backwards, jerky movement, tendency to walk on two hind legs, general body disfigurement. They're known to watch, observe, and stalk humans, often for hours or days. Successfully detained and captured an instance of 6448. The following is a log of thereafter. Greetings, 6448. The instance suddenly bolts upright and stares at the intercom. Our research. The instance speaks in a distorted version of Oz's own voice. Research? What kind of... The instance suddenly rams the 20-inch thick one-way glass, cracking it slightly. The instance begins to collapse. It contorts violently, begins screaming. Its abdomen bulges and writhes. A black, viscous, tendrily mass erupts out of the instance's side. It leaps and squirms around the cell before shattering the window. The remaining carcass is entirely hollow. The tendrily mass swiftly maneuvers outside of Section 4 in seconds, clearing the lockdown area. It travels in the direction of the main exit. The mass clears the main desk. It shatters the glass on the front exit and disappears into the outside shrubbery. Very cool. And we replicated this. Why? Taking a normal deer through the replication system has resulted in the successful creation of the SCP-6448 replica. Exhibits the same physical attributes of the deformations as observed in 6448. Precautions were taken when dissecting the first replica in the case of the essentially black liquid trying to escape its confinement. This turned out to not be needed, since anomalous but benign white liquid was found inside. Instead, it seems to be non-sentient. Okay, I'll just take a peek in here. Nothing to fear. Oh, it just looks like it tunneled away harmlessly. All good. Bananas. SCP-3521 is a group of designation for 16 pharmaceutical gel tablets created by an amateur pharmacologist in affiliation with an unknown assassin. Shortly after consumption of SCP-3521, an extremely large number of unpeeled bananas will begin to manifest in the subject's stomach. It is believed this volume of bananas is intended to cause an acute lethal dose of ionizing radiation. While bananas do contain trace amounts of radioactive potassium, the quantity manifested inside the much more obvious cause of death is exsanguination, suffocation, or in most confirmed cases, gross crush trauma from 9.15 million kilograms of bananas manifesting within the subject's stomach. Huh. Discovered after a shootout between Atlanta Police Department and individuals connected to a heroin manufacturing ring. During investigation, a bag containing SCP-3521 was discovered along with a burner phone. The contents of messages contained on the cell phone are: "New job is in, I need something from you. What you looking for? When I worked with Little B, he usually got me plutonium. No plutonium. What? Plutonium too easy to trace. Need to be discreet. No plutonium. What do you have in mind? Potassium. How is potassium any more discreet than plutonium? Easy to hide. We'll use banana. Bananas are radioactive? Yes. I know you're supposed to be some kind of savant, but I don't really see about this. Are you sure about radioactive bananas are more discreet than plutonium? Because I feel that they aren't. You tell me. You see plutonium on ground, you see banana. What are you more worried about? I get that. But again, it's going to be a lot of bananas, right? Or just one really radioactive one. You need to learn to trust Dado. Banana just as effective as plutonium. Plus, you can't trace banana. Who does finger get pointed at? Grocery store? Okay, just wasn't sure. Good. You trust Dado and everything be okay. No worry. Banana even better than plutonium. During processing at Site D28491 was chosen for testing based on recovered video footage. After roughly 30 minutes, they complained about intense stomach pain before expanding rapidly and disappearing under a quickly growing mass of bananas. The testing chamber was consumed in seconds, and a significant portion of the site's lower level was destroyed in minutes. Wow. And we replicated this. A fraction of a tablet of SCP-R3521 has been administered to D-Class Subordinate 5324. Upon consumption, the recipient has indeed begun expanding rapidly and has disappeared under a quickly growing mass of bananas. The number of bananas is roughly the size our researchers have predicted. Unit crew requested further production of tablets has been approved. Okay, good. So there's more banana tablets out there. Great. Hello.
Greetings, D-Class.
You ever get bored standing in front of this room on hours on end?
You ever get bored of testing the same SCPs in an identical step-by-step fashion every single day?
No. Love my job.
Same here.
Good talk. Oh. Okay. Probably should have read this one first, huh? Probably should have read this one. I didn't read it.
Get the fuck out of here!
Is it the end? Oh, it's the demo. Well, that wasn't bad. I would like to be a little bit longer, but, you know. Is the soldier okay? Wait, continue. What does continue do?
Nothing's impossible.
Did we read what they did? I forgot to read it. Did Annie get home? I don't think so.
Thank you for your 179th test of our prime replica, the famous camera and house combo. In the next hallway, you'll find a series of other replicated SCPs, but you needn't worry yourself with most of them. Your objective today is to test SCP-R-354, located at the end Don't be alarmed if you can't remember much about your life. Your memories will start coming back at some point. There was a bit of a mix-up with the amnestics dosage. Maybe it's better you not remember your life anyway. Decontamination done. Happy testing.
So which one was that? Was it the red pool? Let's see. It's a pool of red liquid discovering in northern Canada. The liquid is of consistency similar to that of human blood, hence the colloquial name blood pond. But it is not a biological nature. The liquid becomes denser as one descends deeper into the pool. Periodically, entities emerge from the pool and attempt to escape from the enclosure. Thus far, nearly all creatures emerging from SCP have been hostile and highly dangerous. It's believed to have been first discovered by survivors of a plane crash, developed into a local urban legend long before Foundation personnel arrived to deal with the threat. At 1403 hours, an unidentified entity emerged from SCP-354. Mobile Task Force was dispatched to deal with the entity and were eventually successful. All personnel at Watch Station Epsilon were found dead. Area 354 was subsequently constructed to contain 354. Right. And all-going efforts to replicate 354 by way of replication system have resulted in failure. Since 354 is constantly growing, the site coordinator has decided that taking a small portion of 354 and relocating it into the replication division would essentially mean it has been replicated successfully. It's yet to exhibit an object emerging from it. So they literally just took a piece of it and moved it here. Taking a bucket of 354 and locking it in a room is not replication. It's idiocy. True.
Greetings, D-Class.
Bye. Well, I wish them the best of luck with that in the future. Cool. Well, that's that game. It's a bit shorter than I expected. I know some people played the that other SCP game that came out recently. What was it called? Secret Files. To be honest, it was kind of boring to me. Did I miss it? Yeah, Lena, we literally just finished it. So I don't know if I really want to play Secret Files. Did you like it? Yeah, I thought it was neat. I wish it was a little bit longer. I think we finished it in like under 30 minutes. Criken hate to read. I read all the things in it. What do you mean? I read all the things. I read all of it nicely. I read all of it angrily. Are there any other SCP games that we would want to look at? Ugh. Lobotomy Corp? I never tried that, but I know it's like thematically similar. Doesn't Lobotomy Corp like not, isn't it not localized well? I remember hearing that from Tomato.
Shh. The stranger is listening.
Did they fix it? Thank you, Goblin Vent, for the Prime sub. Lob Corp is also really hard and it takes a long time in the later game and can be really unintuitive. I see. Just found out that Slime Rancher 2 is an FPS shooter game. I've seen a bunch of people been playing Slime Rancher. I've never played the first one. Is that something that you think I'd like? Or be fun to watch? No clue. Okay. I'm looking at stuff from Lobotomy Corp, and I have no idea how it's supposed to work. I see a lot of anime characters in it, or fan art of anime characters, and I don't know if that's modded or if that's just the art style. But maybe. Want to play Warhammer 3? That's tomorrow's stream, actually. We have an interactive stream planned for Warhammer tomorrow that I'm quite looking forward to. We're going to try to do the Chaos God casting thing, where viewers get to pick which Chaos God they want to support. Tried Dome Keeper today. Dome Keeper. Dome Keeper. How does it work? You defend against waves of alien attackers in this innovative roguelike survival miner. Dig for resources and choose from powerful upgrade paths. Is there enough time to mine a little deeper and get back to defend before the monsters attack your dome? Ah. I just downloaded Lobotomy Corp. I'm going to launch that first because we're still on SCP kick and see what we think. But let me see. Please. Yes. Face the fear, build the future. Does that work? English? Okay, English. I like the art style. Tutorial. Management. Hello, manager. Welcome to Lobotomy Corporation. Starting today, you are responsible for managing the abnormalities we have and ensuring that we meet the daily energy quota. You can move the camera with WASD and your keyboard. You can also press and hold the secondary mouse button to drag the mouse. You can, okay, tricycle maneuver. When you hover over your mouse over an agent, some information about them will be shown in the top right corner. Please try selecting an agent and pressing the primary button. Well done. The information displayed on the top right is related to the selected agent. Bar at the top left displays the amount of energy you need to collect at the end of the day. Top right lists what missions you're able to attempt today. Our company produces energy when a product called positive enkephalin is released by an abnormality. An abnormality generates PE boxes while it is being worked on. Please click on the containment unit holding an abnormality with the primary mouse button. This one. Instinct. Instinct work satiates an abnormality's physiological needs and desires. When an agent conducts instinct work, their fortitude will increase at the end of the day. Okay. Okay, so she's stuffy newbie. If your employee is not mentally ready, abnormalities may appear more frightening or disturbing to them. As such, they may receive fear damage when encountering abnormalities, which will lower their sanity points. Employees of a lower grade will take more fear damage from encounters with abnormalities at higher risk levels. So this one's calm. However, the abnormality reacts negatively, will release negative enkephalin and damage the agent. Please keep in mind that when an agent's HP or SP drag drops completely, the work process will be forcefully terminated. Are they getting along? After work has been completed with the abnormality, you cannot send another agent to work with for a short period of time. Until you can work with it again, you can send your agents to work with other abnormalities, or let them heal up in the main room. Whenever the department regenerator gauge fills completely, employees in the main room will be healed. This will restore both their health and sanity. Let's try ordering an agent to work with a new method. First, we'll click on the agent prime mouse button. Now, insight. Seem to have collected a sufficient number of PE boxes. It's time to learn about observation. Press nameplate displayed at the top of the containment unit. At that moment, it displays the subject number instead of their name. After unlocking the abnormality basic information, the name will be displayed instead. What is your name? Details and tips concerning the management of the abnormalities are displayed here. There is something of an abnormality dislikes. It can result in the decrease of encounter and cause problems with the rest of our energy production. Please be sure to unlock and read the abnormality encyclopedias thoroughly. Try to unlock this information. Now the abnormality reacts to the different work types displayed here. Greater preference of a certain work type. The number on the left indicates the virtue level an agent needs to perform that task. Okay. Continuing on, this area shows the maximum Kulafov counter of abnormality. Will also inform you on whether the abnormality is capable of escaping, as well as its damage resistance when it does. Knowing what an abnormality is weak to will be crucial in handling its escape situation. Try to unlock this information now. Okay. Oh my god, this is a lot. Once the observation level reaches a certain point, extraction and production of ego equipment from the abnormality will become available at the cost of unique PE boxes. Ego weapons are powerful tools that can help with the suppression of abnormalities. Please extract one now. Okay. Ego suits offer increased resistance to certain types of damage. Conversely, some forms of damage may cause greater wounds depending on the ego suit. You can view your ego gift the abnormality may present to an agent. If this information is unlocked, each time an agent finishes the work progress with the abnormality, they will have the possibility of receiving the ego gift displayed here. Lastly, let's all take a look at the abnormality's observation records. Click on his story. The chief of a trained dummy used to train up and upcoming managers. Rumor had it the abnormality was chosen to be used for training as it is the most docile and tame of any that we have extracted. It's called training dummy rabbit, but it doesn't seem to enjoy carrots. It likes people. If it escapes, it is merely following the employee as they leave its containment unit. Cute. Okay. One thing I should warn you about, each time an agent enters a containment unit to work with an abnormality, the Kulaf meltdown gauge will fill by 1 tick. When the gauge fills completely, a Kulaf meltdown will occur throughout the facility. The number on the right part of the gauge indicates the number of containment units that will be affected. Affected containment units will receive a meltdown alarm and have all alerts around them. Sioux Fighter, thank you for the 3 months, and Snowy Monet, thank you for the 5. Why is there meltdown? Oh! Meltdown can be resolved by performing works of the abnormality whose containment units are affected. Oh, okay. I believe we recovered most everything you need. Sure? After completing a workday, an agent who performed work will have their status values increased. And you get a ranking. You can view which missions you managed to complete throughout the day here. Anytime you clear a mission, you'll be able to research next day. It's a little hard to hear my voice. Sorry, I'll turn it down. I'm just reading through the tutorial right now. There's a lot. Finally, click on the button to skip the next day. There, I'll instruct you on the deployment. There's another tutorial? Oh, fuck. Could I just do a day? Conduct a research project. Proposal for the department's various research projects are displayed at the start of each day. If you recall how you were awarded by the LOB your skills during management, you can see the total amount of LOB you have garnered here. For this part of my instruction, I'll show you how to spend some of your LOB to hire new agents and how to deploy them. Let's begin hiring some new agents. Hire. Okay. Want to increase their fortitude. As you increase the fortitude levels of an agent for hiring, the amount of LOB required will increase as well. Okay, so it costs more to hire them if you've ranked them up. Strengthen. Alright, Basil, get in there. Ego suit tab. Okay. So now they're all wearing it, right? I don't need weapons too. Okay. There's a mission for today. Want me to explain the manager should deal with an emergency situation. The number displayed here is the call-off counter. It will decrease if you happen to violate the guidelines shown in the encyclopedia or fail to avert a meltdown. So now you must be wondering what happens when the drops to 0. Shall we find out? Please select the containment unit and order an agent to perform repression work. Repression. Eugene. Standard training dummy. Okay. Likes people. Good. Differentiating libido. Huh. So far, so good. Oh. He's escaped containment! When a counter reaches 0, they will either escape or use a special ability. Such things can lead to rather inconvenient situations. DSJ, thank you for the 47 months. This particular anomaly happens to escape. Our agents cannot work with it while it is escaping, so we need to suppress it. Please click on the escaped abnormality. You can inflict 4 different damage types. Red, which decreases health, white, which decreases sanity, black, which decreases both HP and sanity, and pale, which decreases HP by a percentage based on the target's maximum HP. Okay, and then we have defenses. This abnormality deals red damage is weak to white damage. How convenient that our agents are all equipped with ego suits which resist red and deal white damage. The agent is using an ego weapon whose grade is higher than the abnormality's risk level. It will deal more damage than the abnormality and take less as well. Get on it. Take down that dummy rabbit. Bonk. Oh my god. It appears this abnormality is a bit too strong for just one agent to suppress. This is a good time to remind you that if an agent dies, the ego they were assigned will be lost as well. Now let's order the rest of the employees to help suppress this abnormality. Please select the 2 agents by clicking on dragging on their primary button. How do I get them to suppress? Oh, right mouse? No! Well, this is blood. We've done well handling the situation. Let's move our employees back to the main room for their department. Oh my god, I'm angry. What's going on?
Master!
What's his deal? Gloomy newbie. Totally strong. Think of the 10 months. I saw my dead colleague yesterday. He seemed to be doing just fine. I might visit him soon. When employees say he falls to 0, they will panic. A panicked employee will show different behaviors depending on their highest virtue. If you wish to learn more about this, please refer to the employee panic of the manager manual. Okay. Suppress. Oh my god. Is this how you suppress him? No, wait. This doesn't seem right. That was excellent, truly well done. If you ever happen to fall into a situation you should wish to redo, such as turning back time to avoid the death of an agent, you can try it by pressing escape and clicking the rewind or memory reposition. Click and retry. Okay. Well, I think we're ready then. Let's give it a try. Turn on the music? Yeah, let's see. Feeds on the evil that seeps out during conversations between people. Hello, X. I give you a warm welcome to Lobotomy Corporation. I am Angela, your advisor and secretary. My role as an AI is to assist you in adjusting to your new workplace. So please have no worry in speaking with me or asking any questions. Have you ever met an AI with such a suave name? Okay, I think you're being a little presumptuous there. I was born from one of the wings of the world. It signifies that I am one of the best to exist in this age. Okay. I know what you must be thinking. Your eyes show that you think I look too human to be an AI. Am I wrong? No, actually, I was thinking, when are you gonna stop talking? However, there is a great difference between us. I am bound here. I cannot go wherever I please like you do. I may be able to operate the systems of this corporation to open a door, or prepare a cup of coffee for you, but I cannot take a step outside of this building to bask in the sunlight or feel the gentle breeze. Now, in regards to my appearance, as you can see, the color of my hair is that of the morning sky after a light shower. The tone and shape of my voice is taken from the wisest person in the world. Lastly, my face is picturesque from the person who had the most beautiful smile. What the hell is this? Haha, don't worry, that was a joke. There can be no such person on this earth. My appearance was designed with attractiveness to the largest number of people possible in mind. Why? And also, how does that relate to my job? If the way I look is pleasing to your eye, then I am working as intended. Oh my god. Moving on. Artificial intelligence is much more efficient in comparison to humans in terms of multitasking. I am the best in majority of work fields. I am able to handle the work of several dozen people at once. I'm certain many people have lost their jobs because of me. It's such a shame. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, enough with introductions. Is there anything that you would like to know? Not really. What about the company? That is not a bad thing to ask about. Let me put it this way. Your world is constantly growing, and the demand for energy is exponentially increasing as technologies advance. All conventional energy sources combined could not sustain the world further. In search of a solution, we happened to stumble upon mysterious beings whom we dubbed abnormalities. Then, we figured out this energy could be harvested from these abnormalities via a special method. To isolate them in a controlled environment and then to harvest energy from them. Our corporation became one of the wings of the world for this discovery that benefits humanity in two ways. Once you are fully placed into the roles as the manager, you'll be able to access all current information on the abnormalities from the encyclopedia. It is very important that you know and understand these beings well to be successful in your position. For now, the encyclopedia's pages lie blank, but it will be filled out little by little. Don't concern yourself too much with it. It is the task of your subordinates to pen it. You have joined the well, okay. At an opportune moment, by the way. Lobotomy Corporation is always looking for ways to improve its harvesting processes. Our systems are continually updated to support this. Speaking of which, there was a new update to the system right before you arrived. That means the world working conditions have been improved upon compared to those of your predecessors. Think of it as a small welcoming gift. Best of luck for us. I was just about to mention why we take a seat, now we're back up. You understand the concept of patience, do you? Oh, pardon my manners, manager. I was talking to one of the other AIs that work here. I should introduce her to you. Our facility is a huge one, and even I would have trouble managing it on my own, so someone determined that there should be an AI to assume head control of each department. Okay, more AI girls. Here we go. If I were to be considered the cerebrum, they would be the cerebellum. Naturally, of course, I would be your most trustworthy and capable companion among all the AIs. Well then, shall we greet her now? You can hear rush footsteps from behind. Manager, I arrived just on time, right? The time is only about 1 minute late. Well, I guess it still counts as on time. Congratulations on joining the Lobotomy Corporation, manager. I do not want to disturb this touching moment, Malkuth, but every second counts in the Lobotomy Corp. Please make an introduction as brief as possible and go prepare for the next meeting. Seems Miss Angela isn't in a good mood today. But hey, at least the other Sephiroth are looking forward to meeting you. Well, maybe not all of them. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Malkuth. I'm in charge of the control team. Since we're the control team, we have a great deal of responsibility. I'll try my best to keep you by improving the basic functions of this facility manager. Smoky McBone face, thank you for the 41 months. I'm sure you're a bit nervous right now. I'm really not. It takes a bit of time to get used to things around here, I know from experience. But don't worry, I'll be sure to help you. I am not exactly the best at everything. I used to be a problem, Sephiroth, you know? I would sew buttons on his shirts in the wrong direction, or add salt instead of sugar to food. What the fuck? But still, you can do it, just like I managed to. I'm sure you will succeed, manager. I'll give you an easy task since it's your first day here. I wish you the best of luck. Wham, 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 wham. I can't take it anymore, manager. You're in there, right? I have to get out of here, please. I know you're capable of it. You're the manager. You're not the same as the rest of us. You can do anything. Why do you want to quit? Don't you like working here on the control team? Every day is here a delight for me. It's so horrible. I can't take it anymore. I'll go insane. Nothing here is normal. Do you really think you can't handle it? Please, I don't want to be here. Let me out of it, please. Manager, even though you're the head of the facility, that employee belongs to my department, so I believe I can take care of this. Let me handle this, please. Let her handle it. Thanks for acknowledging my position. Please, don't be alarmed. These kinds of things happen quite often. Oh, right. It must be the first time you've seen something like this. Usually, Miss Angela or I handle this kind of stuff. It's just a tiny hiccup. Nothing for you to worry about. No, please, manager, please. Please make sure to remember that your primary goal is harvesting energies. Yeah? Wait, so what happened? Hello, manager. Each day you will need to expand one department. Are you ready to open up the control department and begin managing abnormalities? Yes. What? Okay, Harpy. Do we want to hire any more, or... Nope, just one. Chat names. I don't know how long I'm going to play this yet, so I don't want to cast people if I end up not liking it. Okay? Complete 3 work processes. Okay. Begin. Alright, Harpy. Can't believe people can die so easily. Wait, Harry, not Harpy. I don't know why I thought your name was Harpy. Okay. Instinct. Go. The Thinker, thank you for the 47 months. Oh, wait, what is this? Floating skull? Everything chill with this guy? A silent abnormality that understands the conflict between good and evil. Its empty eye sockets stare at those who encounter it. A giant skull that is attached to a cross. It wears a crown of thorns. It floats about 2 meters above the ground. Right. What have we learned? Alright, Harry. Do some insight on him now. Wait, so instinct was bad for the skull? Where do you see that? Left of his room. Oh, the dots. Oh, these. Ah, this is all the E-boxes that we're getting out of him. So on the left, we didn't get that many because we only got 1, I think, actually. But now we're getting at least 4. Only those who deceive themselves can live truly happily lives. Ignorance is bliss. Uh-oh. What's that? He chill? He has a penitent's hat. Okay. We did okay, but not best. Alright, so let's try one more time. This time we'll try repression. One sin and hundreds of good deeds can see straight through you. Wait, that's his new name? One sin and 100 good deeds. Harry witnesses the solemnity of one sin and hundreds of good deeds and reverses it. Reveres it. Harry contemplates the task, but one sin and 100 deeds was indifferent. Okay, wait. So why are these red and these are normal? So we've gotten enough info to find its name. Its name is One Sin and 100 Good Deeds. Okay. We only need one more box to finish this. So let's send Harry one more time. We'll try an attachment. Although we only have one more. Uh-oh. Harry is understandably terrified of entering the containment unit. One sin and 100 good deeds awaits humanity's sin. One sin and 100 good deeds is your punisher. Well, maybe zoom out. Everything's fine. Oh, that one was really good. Look at that. 9. And he's happy now. Happy Skull. Everything worked out. We got an S. Next day. Yes. What? Oh, okay. Oh boy, are these new? Somewhere in the distance you can hear seagulls. People have been committing sins since long ago. Why do you commit sins knowing it's wrong? This is a recording of the day we must never forget. Which one do you guys like? Left, middle, or right? Mid? Face the fear, build the future. That is the motto of our founder, the one whom we refer to as A. Tell me, if you had to choose one, what part of the motto do you prefer? Face the fear. We are the first humans of this world to discover abnormalities. You are not a human. Don't use we. Of course, with the exclusion of myself, I do not exactly belong to humanity. Yeah, I know. How should I put it? We are pioneering an entirely new world and brand new field of study. The discoveries we've made thus far are merely the tip of the iceberg. Abnormalities have been among us. We confronted them for the first time, and we faced fear itself. They were fundamentally an incarnation of fear. There was a bit of confusion last time, wasn't there? Usually, I am in charge of the security of your office. However, it seems that I failed to pay close enough attention to the Sephiroth meeting room. I hear that a control team employee has resigned from the corporation. Good job. You do know that it means to resign here in the company, don't you? I'll take that as a no. I do sometimes miscalculate some information I should deliver to you and what I shouldn't. Some aspects of your company that I consider natural and obvious may come as quite a shock to you. We have a variety of roles here. It's like a well-structured play. Every actor has a role, and they must be faithful to their part without any error, synergizing with each other. Now imagine that one of the actors decides to leave the stage because they didn't like their role. The actor should have played their predetermined part as the predetermined timing before making their exit stage left. But to leave the stage without fulfilling their part means the life of the role and its actor are finished. That is what we mean when we say someone resigns. Great job, manager. You did exactly what I asked you. I knew you could do it. You'll never guess how much I rooted for you back there. As for me, the day went all right. We covered a joint emergency protocol drill for my team. Not a single dropout or injury. Everyone did a good job. Not to say that it was perfect, although. By the way, manager, have you seen something creepier than the abnormalities? Those entities that wander the facility, unable to be contained, and sometimes they manifest themselves in the corridors. The drills do no good when you encounter them, since we don't have enough data on them, so we always have to stay alert. No matter how meticulous our plan is, we can't control the unknown. Sometimes when I encounter them, I get a strange feeling. It's not like fear or anything, some other sensation. Strange, isn't it? I feel nauseous, like something within me is palpitating out of control. It feels like I'm no longer myself. How could I describe it? Like something's wriggling inside of me. Little by little. Your job is to keep the abnormalities in control. You need to make sure they're happy and they'll produce as many P-boxes as they can. Great. Okay. Yep, just a normal day. You can accelerate the flow of time during management by up to 2 times by using the acceleration protocol. Joint command permits you to give cross-divisional work orders. E-pearls will be provided to the agents so they will be notified to return to their home department. I don't know. Alright, let's hire someone new. You. Oh, never mind. Georgia and Mika. Okay. Wait, Harry's got a crown of thorns? Did he get that from our friend? Okay, hopefully that's not a bad thing. Let me see. Okay, who's this new one? We'll send one of the new guys. It's a bird. He's nervous. Uh-oh. Why is he nervous? Feels like it's back in the forest in which it used to live when sitting on its perch. A small and confident bird that punishes the evil, guilty, and all sorts of irreverent people. Some employees have said that it is cute when the bird mighty flutters its tiny wings. Oh. Well, we just had Georgia die. So that wasn't the right move. Let's try Insight with Mika. How are we doing over here? Analyzing air quality, filtering air. Just kind of ignoring the body. Oh god. It's happening again. Oh god. Few employees know of 00256 hidden teeth. Well, we're about to find out. There's a stark difference between a container being half full or half empty. It took me a long time to grasp that. Right, well, not dead. I think we need to send in the big guns. Repression with Harry. Spend some boxes on the bird. Wait. Oh shit. When an employee entered the containment unit of another abnormality, it lowered with a normal probability. When Mao fell into a panic, the counter got lowered. Voluntarily returned to its containment after a panicking employee returned to normal. Shit. Oh boy. How'd that go? We survived. We're just not gonna go back in there. Miki, you're doing great. What do I do when it's about to have a meltdown? We just need 8 more boxes to be done. Fuck, we need 1 more. Spend more boxes, let's see. Oh god. The bird's broken out. The bird's loose. Pause. Wait. Oh god, they're busy. Harry, get him. Oh. Well, those were the hidden teeth, I'm guessing. Oh, yeah, he went back. Wow, workday complete. We did lose 2 employees, but that's fine. We'll just keep going. Dude, your little angel is gnawing on our colleague's finger. However, the curse continues eternally, never broken. She was so talkative before, yet in the end, loneliness was the only listener. Okay, these are scary. Right, middle, right, mid. We could probably do like a, you know, Pokemon Kaizo-esque thing here, where like chat wagers on which one we should pick at some point. That'd be fun. If I do decide to play this game again. You already know, people already know which is which. I guess that's true. Alright, left. Greetings, manager. It marks 3 days now that you've worked here. The number 3 is a mysterious one. In age-old fables, it is common for a mysterious entity to appear and tell the protagonist to utter 3 wishes. Sadly, I am not a mage or billionaire that can grant your wishes. However, I do happen to know what your predecessors wished for. There were many aspirations. Common among them was seeking for some kind of growth. To lead the company to prosperity, to achieve spiritual maturity, you name it. Each had wanted to flower in a different way. Which of those 2 would you want? I want my spirit to mature. Don't you think there was another manager who gave me such an answer? As you know, spiritual is a rather obsolete term in today's world. So I asked them for a definition of spirit. Then the manager told me, well, I unfortunately do not recall the details of the conversation. Even the AI cannot store every bit of data. Unnecessary information would be deleted for a smooth operation. Okay. Spliceable spleen, thank you for the 21 months. So you may be asking yourself if your predecessors managed to fulfill their wish. Suppose that what happened to the others is not important after all. I do promise to cheer you on for the journey of your final goal, though. Thanks. All right, Elena. Get in there. Oh, we got a new one. Let's see. Oh, God. A self-loathing abnormality that spends every day letting out miserable screams. It wishes to break the cycle of the curse, but there is no way to do so. Beauty was once a fair lady with charming green eyes. One day, this poor lady learns of a job opening at the manor of the Count, with the promise of hefty payment. Oof.
Fight for freedom.
Looks like we're failing pretty bad. Oh! I suppose Mika's mind was weaker than I evaluated. Please take care of them quickly.
Nope.
Oh, shit. Where are they going? They just left? Oh my god! Holy shit! Zane! Or Elena? Okay. Well, that was disappointing. Let's try that one more time. Let's see. So was that just that I picked the wrong option for this one? That's kind of lame. All right, let's try insight with them. This one we know likes repression, so... This game's just trial and error? Okay, so I guess it's just rock, paper, scissors with each one of these things. Spend the boxes on Skullbro? Oh yeah, I guess we have a bunch. Okay. Oh, this is a gift they can give you. It's cool. Too bad we lost the person that got it. They got eaten by the bird. Oh, wait. This one's working. Kinda. Okay. Let's try attachment with this one. Scared of the bird. I don't want to touch the bird again. Oh boy. It's okay, stay calm. Stay calm, just... Yep, just do your job. Good, reinforce that ego, apply some cognitive theory. All right, okay, we're losing it, but let's get it back up. Yep, there we go, we're tied again. Everything's gonna be great. Everything's fine, actually. We have 4 now that we need. We have 5, we're pulling ahead. It's gonna be okay. They got 1 more, but that's all right, as long as we inch it out with another one. I don't think it'll kill us anymore. Good save. There we go. You cannot settle for merely half the energy. Your duty must be completed. You must collect the full amount of energy, not just half. I get it, Angela. Thank you. All right, fine. Don't have any more boxes for this one. Alright, one more of those. Send someone in to stop the meltdown? I don't really understand what stops the meltdown. Wait. Oh shit. Doggo will escape if you don't work on it? Oh, frick. Send someone in? I don't think we can. They're all working. Hurry up, finish your tasks. Talk to the bird. Not many of disgusting flesh with sparks in several sections. Oh my. Wait, we're about to finish. Everything's okay? We only need 5 more boxes. Oh, wait, attachment's good. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh. Is everything okay? Wait, low is bad? I thought low was good. Hurry up, finish it. Finish the day. Ah! All right, we made it. Save us now and forevermore, the truth shall set us free. Eventually, intellect loses all meaning, as they forget even how to exist. Those betrayed hearts sank into the depths, slowly forgotten in the ever-lengthening corridors of time. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Do you take pride in what you do here? If not, the recent news will likely change your mind. After your arrival, the rate of energy output has increased by 13%. If you still don't feel the significance of this figure, then let me add this. It's a record-breaking percentage. How do you feel? I'm not sure. Why do you say that? Is it not normal to be happy in a situation like this? For your information, I had practically run here. All just to deliver this great news to you. That's a figure of speech, of course. I did not expect you to react like this. It would be nice if you were a bit happier. Today's a rather special day. Do you see the bottle of champagne on the table? Allow me to pour you a glass. Shall we toast? Today's occasion is not something as monumental as someone's birthday, or the company's day of founding. We lost an employee for the first time yesterday. In fact, many more shall follow. I'm telling you this in case you were unexpectedly shocked by the news. They had known the risks from the beginning. The company grows, fertilized by their sacrifices. It's as simple as that. I'm sure that you have felt proud of themselves as they took their final breath. Accepting their death with equanimity would be the greatest respect you can pay to them. That is why I popped this bottle of champagne I've kept for so long. 3 cheers for the deceased in memoriam of their noble sacrifices. I drink the champagne. Probably drink a glass of champagne, one should gently hold the lower stem of the glass and take it lightly, savoring the bubbles. What are you backseating me and drinking champagne? Weird. Oh, we got 6 lob points. We're gonna get a temperate or a justice king. Okay. All right, who's new? Oh, this fun little flesh book.
Here's how you get the nuts.
Required users 2. Oh, required users 2. What? Oh, wait. It's a new type. What did they just do? Okay, repression works well on this guy. Give it to this one. Spend boxes? I am! 100 sins will restore the employee's mental state when the result is good. Oh, that's nice. Manufacture. Oh, sick. We can make special weapons now. Whoa, okay. While its appearance is bizarre, it is rare to record an incident of violence against employees involving this abnormality. It feeds on the evil that seeps out during conversations between people. The assigned employee must kneel before it. Standing appears to be acceptable and present their evil by confessing their sins to it. That way it feeds. The way it feeds is unknown. Excerpt from experiment records. We have cataloged the sins of a person that can commit into 3 levels. A small lie or action that either goes unnoticed or can be shared in jest. Sins that are more serious and only shared with the closest friends. Sins so profound they cannot be shared with anyone. These will be taken to the grave. Employee redacted has been assigned to confess a level 1 sin. Energy production via abnormalities increased by 12. Level 2 got it to 15. We assigned employee redacted to confess level 3 sin. 1 minute and 48 seconds after this employee was sent in, a bright flash of light was seen. The light was so bright that it could be seen outside the containment unit. Following the light, there was a facility-wide power outage. The phenomenon lasted for 2 hours. Employee redacted lost 6 years of their memory. Further experiments were canceled. Scientific ethics decreed that all footage of those participating in the experiment be kept sealed. However, the incident left us no choice but to review the footage of the containment unit. This happened during redacted around 4 p.m. Anyways, there was a railway about 20 minutes from my house. Some of my good friends and I decided to dress as forest animals. What? One of us chose to go as a deer. It was a crude costume. I could hardly be called out one, to be honest. Just a pair of clumsily made antlers and a dark outfit with some deer spots on it. I don't know how our dear friend wandered into the woods. We didn't even notice he was missing for maybe an hour. We searched for him and finally found him in some bushes. We called out his name. I'm not sure if it was relief or finally finding us or what, but he started sprinting towards us, and then we heard it. The gunshots. Bang, bang. When I came to my senses, I saw his blood splattered all over the way of my feet. After that, not one of us dressed up as an animal ever again. That's all. By the way, is this really supposed to work? Its eye sockets are empty. It's a skull after all, but I doubt it's blind. It certainly has its gaze fixed on me, and I can somehow feel it listening to me. Confessing, it does lighten my heart, admittedly. Afterwards, we investigated the incident in the employee's hometown to get a better picture. Learned that a boy named Justin was shot and killed in a deer costume by hunters during hunting season. Unlike the employee's confession, Justin was repeatedly bullied by other kids. Witnesses said they heard the kid shout, "Run, Justin, run!" right before the gunshot. After the incident, the kid at the scene moved out of town, and deer hunting was banned in the area. Damn. Honestly, can't expect all of our employees to give honest confessions to that skull. Around every 1 in 10 employees will tend to say something that is not completely true. It's a bit different from a lie. You can say that it's a subconscious excuse they make. They distort perspectives to justify their actions, even though they are aware that they should be telling the truth. Once this happens, the confession is no longer a truly confession. Yes, I'm talking about you trying to justify your tardiness for 5 minutes from now. Huh. So he shot the kid? No, but he bullied the kid into wearing a deer outfit and running across, I don't know, running somewhere. Wait, how does this work? Okay, there's more of this now too. Count as monstrous appearance. Rumor says anyone who dares to enter his manor is never seen again. Must be the hideous monster preying on people. With that thought in her mind, she brought a very sharp knife with her. Ooh. Okay, what's going here, Mika? What's going on here? We good? Skin Prophecy. An ancient-looking religious book that rests on top of a skinny lectern. Its numerous pages are written on old parchment. The employee who reads this book will experience an increase in prudence. Okay. That's good, right? Oh. Hey, what's going on in here? Keep 100, man. Huh? Huh? Uh-oh. What'd that do? Hey, we good? Report in. Are we missing someone? Oh God. I think someone is gone, and we need to send someone else in here. Yeah, he's fucking dead. Okay, that's unfortunate. Beauty and the Beast. Okay. Committing repression work with Beauty and the Beast showed the best energy results. The work produced a good number of P boxes, but negatively affected the health of Beauty and the Beast. Ah. Oh God, hurry up. Oh God, get in there. Oh God, we're not gonna make it. Oh. Hey, who wants to talk to the bird again? This is a little rough. Oh boy. Nervous? Don't be nervous. We're good? Okay, we're okay. Any other than the repression was found to improve the health of Beauty and the Beast. After repeated repression work, Beauty and the Beast collapsed with a weak moan on the floor. Once it had passed, Yumi, who had carried out the work process, began to suffer unidentifiable symptoms. Soon, Beauty and the Beast was born anew. Oh! So if we just keep doing repression, then it passes the curse on to someone else. Right. Love that for me. Use the skin prophecy again, why not? So the monster's actually your old employee, yes. The lady was hired and worked at the manor. Contrary to the rumor, the monster was nowhere to be seen. Sometimes at night she could hear a voice. It was a very kind and compensated her with her troubles handsomely. Working in the manor, the lady bore a greedy thought. If the count was gone, I could take all his possessions for myself. One day she went inside the count's room, the room that she was instructed to never enter during the day. There she saw the count's true form. He was truly horrendous. Hundreds of eyes, 4 legs. He was neither human nor animal. The lady thought perhaps such a hideous monster would be better off if it didn't exist. She proceeded to stab the beast with her knife. Damn, okay. Alright, so we only need 6 boxes. I think we can get that from this happy guy. Let's check out the skin book, just to be safe. Everything cool, Mika? The book can be read until one reaches its limit. Okay. We lost 1 employee. That's not bad. Our founder A has said this is to me many a time. Each successful experiment makes you a better person. The greatness of this company was founded on multitudes of trials and hardships. So you too shall become great. Each day in the company is another small experiment towards shaping your life for the better. How was your day been today? Well, of course it was fine. Let's spare the pleasantries, no? Manager, how has your life been? It could be better. I cannot see the color of your life as you do. While I am unable to console you with empty words such as that's not true, many things will change while you are here. That much is clear. This is a simple metaphor, but the seed of a tree will not grow just anywhere. It requires fertile soil, the right temperature, and fresh water. However, most seeds fall on barren soil. For those malfallen seeds, stretching out their roots and sprouting even small leaves are challenges full of pain. I cannot provide you with water or sunlight. However, I will do my best to tend to the soil. Wow, thanks. You did it again, and you did it flawlessly too. I myself have a lot of work to do. If you look at my notebook, my to-do list is always so full, but I know I can get through it. I should do my best like I always have. I know I'm slower than the others. I always have to check my list or I'll miss something important. That's why I have this notebook with me all the time. Can't leave any mistakes, you know. I've been carrying it for so long that it's almost worn out. It's been with me ever since I began working here as the Sephiroth of the control team. I know Lady Angela worries about me from time to time, but I've got everything under control. I feel like this is the kind of life I've been yearning for ever since a long, long time ago. Maybe even before I was capable of thinking. It feels as if I've wished for the same thing before, in some other place that wasn't the control team. Malkuth, please finish the report I requested by the end of the day. Sure thing, boss. I've got it right here on my list. I have it turned in by the end of the day. Well, I should get going. Now it's a pleasure to talk to you, manager. The eyes here. They're all unstable, with the exception of me. I'm the sane one. It's especially bad for Malkuth. You noticed, haven't you? Can't complain though. It only makes it easier for me to control her. Oh, fun. Great. All right, we'll probably do one more, but I'm kind of enjoying this. I think we could maybe do a longer stream of this at some point. All scanner techniques. Let's hire another one. Oh wait, ego suits. Great. You hit level cap in WoW yet? No, definitely not. I'm level 76. So I'm doing my best. The customizing appearance costs a lob. Gross. I don't think we got any new things. That's too bad. Small bird feels like it's back in the forest. Nice. Let's hear some more information about small bird. There is no more information about small bird. Oh my god, look at all this. Full success. Wait, Elena has died? What the fuck happened? I looked away for a minute. Fucking bird. How is this bird fair? It's killed more employees than anything else. People have been committing sins since long ago. Why do they commit sins knowing it's wrong? The small bird wondered. It must be because there's no one to punish people for their misdeeds. If someone takes that role, then no foul act would happen in this world ever again. With this in mind, little bird left the forest it has been living in and never went back. Well, it's a justice bird. Alright, we need to do a different thing to avoid this thing getting too hurt. Try insight. Our insight person's fucking dead. Who's gonna have a meltdown? The bird? Why? Oh, this bird is the worst. This bird's gonna kill everyone. This bird's gonna kill everyone. It waited until everyone was busy. Okay. Quick, get over there. Okay, we got it. Keep calm. Okay, the bird's chill. The bird's chill. Yeah, birds chill. I like this guy. Skull's my favorite. Let's see, what can we unlock with you? Oh, we can unlock weapons now. Escape information. Non-escaping entity. That's great. Doesn't want to leave. He likes his job or his home. The bird, however, we know is an escaping entity. Punishing bird voluntarily returns to its containment after panicking employee returned to normal. Bear was ordered to suppress punishing bird. When they tried to attack it, the central portion of the abnormalities split and redacted afterward. Bear was confirmed to have died. The suppression ended in failure. I see. Do one more repression on you, one more attachment on you. And then we'll call it a day. Oh, bird. This bird, can I ship the bird away? I don't want the bird anymore. The bird is a problem. Oh god. That's not good. Okay, please. Survive. We have 2. Okay, we should live this. Whew. Oh, we lost 1. That's 1 employee, you know? It's a good day. Are you still shy today? This is a recording of the day we must never forget. What really pitiful is people like you dying to the likes of me. What's really pitiful is people like you dying to the likes of me. I don't like that. I don't like that one. It's a good day. The one on the left sounds nice. Are you aware that there are numerous employees working for our company? Majority of them would like to know more about you as a person. Some will take the initiative and attempt to approach you first. It's rather funny knowing who you are and will not to do anything to improve their odds. There are no regulations to prevent them from coming all the way to your office to interact with you face to face, unfortunately. It seems the one who set those rules in place did not consider situations like this. And I suppose this may be a good opportunity for you to show them that you're generous and caring enough to have chit-chats with your subordinates. Word tends to travel faster than you think. I will not stop you from meeting with someone if there are employees who wish to visit you. Please keep in mind that you do not have to do everything they ask of you. Simply thank them for their effort. Tell them that you hope that they will keep up the good work. They will benefit both parties, don't you think? Are you still following me? What we need is a gesture of goodwill and nothing more. And do not go overboard and listen to whatever nonsense they have to say. Give them a vending machine and next and they will come knocking demanding a bar. I expect you to make the right decision. Information team. I'm in charge of the information team and department. I'll give you a proper greeting later. Are you planning to open up the information department before starting the day? Information team. Oh, we only have 1 person? Why do we only have 1 person now? Okay. What is this? Huh. It's a good day. Are you still shy today? Right. Let's send our information team. Welcome to the job. Uh-oh. Oh, God. My subordinate Hoon has gone into a panic due to excessive stress. Please take care of them quickly for the sake of the rest of the workforce. Well, that did not go well for the information team. Let me go home, manager. I want to go home. Oh. Wait, they just killed someone. Oh shit. Someone stop them. Come on, Daniel and Xavier. Please give me an order. Please give me an order. Please give me an order. What? They're killing each other now? Oh my... Why? Why did they all turn? All right, Michaela. Case of the Mondays. Easy. All right, Michaela. Bop! Oh my god, no. Please. How are they so fast? Everyone has completely lost it. Well. I think that's enough for today. Interesting game. Interesting game. I think if we were to play it again, I want to rethink it. I'd want to rethink how to do it a little bit differently, but it wasn't bad. It was kind of fun. It's fun to like learn of all the different anomalies, you know? It'd be fun to pull the employee names from chat. Yeah, I think we could do some RP bits for sure. I might call it there. I think we got a lot done at the big at the beginning of the stream regarding this D&D inspired show. So I think I'm gonna get started on this and see if I can get it working. Oh no, WoW. I feel bad streaming WoW for some reason. The sequel's a really good solo deck builder. What for the Lobotomy Corporation? I like the chill WoW vibes before bed. Okay, then maybe we'll do a little bit of WoW and chill. Just a teensy bit. Late night WoW chill baby. We'll see if any of the boys are in the Discord playing. Ooh, SCP stories in the background. That's a fun idea. Keep it on the SCP thing. That sounds like fun. You can put on the Vulcan. I haven't watched the Vulcan in a long time, so we have a lot of content that we could watch. Towels, thank you for the gifted sub. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go down the list. All right, let me set up in a window. Oh, this is scuffed looking. Why is this stretching? I just wanted a nice cropped thing. Oh god. Ugh. The aspect ratio SCP. More like the baby SCP. Woohoo! All right. This is my baby. We'll turn it down because we're listening to stuff. He's an undead abomination. And let's listen to some SCP stuff in the background, shall we?
Skooma. Oh yeah. Hey, you gave me some skooma.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Loud.
My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-4290. Containment class, Keter. Disruption class, Amida. And risk class, critical. special containment procedures. All available military
Is that
assets
too
are
loud
at
still?
the site of SCP-4290's ceiling
Here.
and are prepared to use any means necessary
This one's
to
good.
neutralize the anomaly. Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, Red Right Hand, Mobile Task Force Tau 5,
Red Right Ham?
Samsara,
Red
and
Right
Mobile
Hand.
Task Force New 7, Hammer Down have been outfitted with experimental paratech weaponry and are situated within SCP-4290's containment perimeter. Grids of nuclear mines have been planted in the vicinity of the sealing site, prepared to detonate if Foundation assets are destroyed. The Degas Break orbital strike system has been enabled in the event of a breach past the containment perimeter. Emergency shelters for civilians and selected Foundation personnel are being
quiet now? How
prepared
about
in
now?
the
It's better?
event that containment measures fail. The probability of failure is undetermined. Description: SCP-4290 is a Class 1 eschatological entity that was thaumaturgically sealed
Eschatological?
approximately 10,000 years in the past. Its seal is expected to break in the next 7 days.
Oh!
The site of sealing, SCP-4290-LOCK, is in Qinghai Lake at a depth of 32.8 meters from the surface and is constructed from 8 beryllium bronze totems. The totems resemble armored humans, engraved with networks of banishing runes, and arranged onto the points of an 8-fold fractal pattern carved into the lakebed, 20 meters wide. Bursts of red light are periodically released from its center. These have intensified in brightness over the past month. Information on SCP-4290 has been recovered from SCP-1726 and other such anomalous record sources. A translated excerpt on the entity from an unknown writer follows.
Giant man.
The child rose its 10 mouths to the heaven, stretched wide 20 arms, and ripped the umbilical cord from the sack on its head. The warriors surged to its legs, hoping to tear those newly born limbs before they could move, but from the mouths spilled torrents of darkness and dead geometries.
Dead
None could
geometries.
flee. Reality rippled with the warriors stretching along its folds, and the darkness crunched into their skulls with flares of scarlet. The child wheezed, dragging skeletal fingers through the dead and the land around. The fingers retracted, flames burst, then subsided, wax rained, then dissolved. Then the island, its warriors, and every soul still left melted into the darkness.
Look at that picture.
For 10 days, the child drank it. All the world trembled. Addendum 4290-1. Repair attempts. On 0208-2022, televisions in Qinghai province and outlying areas abruptly displayed images of an entity matching SCP-4290 rising over a melting cityscape, with an androgynous voice telling viewers to repair the child's locks. This has repeated in frequency, with the voice shifting to say, "There is little time left. Repair." Investigation led to the discovery of SCP-4290-LOCK. Efforts into finding means by which SCP-4290-LOCK could be reinforced were launched. Searches of SCP-1726, undercover excursions into the Wanderer's Library.
Okay, so I'll pause for summary for people that are having trouble following the language. It sounds like they found a eldritch kind of incomprehensible child god, some sort of being that was contained for 10,000 years with a bunch of warrior runes on Earth, and became aware of it once a warning signal started alerting everyone that the defensive runes were wearing off and telling them that they must repair them. And now the Foundation is trying to figure out how to repair them before the next 7 days, when the runes will apparently fail and it will break free. So, fun.
And the ruins of specific far past civilizations found that this is not the first time the seal has needed repairs. Civilizations including the Arakeshans, the Jia dynasty, and ancient Artothans have strengthened the seal with sacrificial rituals and the engraving of new runes onto the totems. The last group to have performed this were the Davites, shortly before their culture was destroyed, C-270. The Foundation Department of Occult Containment arranged for the rites and engravings to be performed. A submersible containing the ritual setup and remotely operated underwater vehicles with carving equipment descended to the center of SCP-4290 LOC on 09/08/2022. However, halfway through the performance of the ritual, a red light burst accompanied with the release of high levels of gamma radiation and heat occurred. Radiation damage caused the ROVs to accidentally damage existing runes, and the interruption of the ritual lead to only 2 cadavers and half the heart to vanish as planned. Television broadcasts repeated later that day, its voice now stating, "The sacrifice did not reach the 10 maws. Brace." Addendum 4290 to 15/08/2022. Defection incident. At 1 a.m., several personnel stationed at Qinghai Lake acted against Foundation orders and fled the area. One of the involved agents, Agent Zenobia Marinos, left the following message on a piece of paper in their quarters before leaving. "Do we think we can actually stop this? No civilization before us wanted to fight the child. None of them. Pelgia had tech better than anything we've got, and even they were afraid. The sacrifices don't work anymore. It refuses to consume them. They aren't enough to satiate it. Once that seal breaks, we'll have a world of molten darkness, and the child will be all that's left. Eating, drinking. You're fools for staying." The activation of ways to extra-dimensional spaces was detected nearby. Tracking is not considered a priority. Addendum.
So they jumped to a different dimension?
3. Ceiling updates.
How do you fucking...
16/08/2022. Seismometers have detected a series of high-energy seismic pulses radiating directly under SCP-4290 LOC, consistent with models on the effects of dimensional distortion on terrain. Red light now encompasses the entire ceiling site, and the totems are observed to be crumbling. Personnel are advised to wait and prepare. This file has been revised, displaying new additions. Addendum 4290-4. Scenario 4290 Unlock. On 17/08/2022, the totems comprising SCP-4290 LOCK disintegrated. Military assets assembled at the shore of Qinghai Lake, and 10 minutes later, a 40-meter-long emaciated humanoid organism matching descriptions of SCP-4290 phased out of the ground and onto the seabed. Orders were sent to only fire once activity was observed. Personnel waited 2 hours. After a further hour of waiting, ROVs were sent to SCP-4290, followed by an expeditionary crew equipped with Lambda model thaumato-hazard suits. Dozens of human corpses and hearts used in these sacrificial repair rituals rested on the entities' mouths, none having been consumed. No thaumic radiation, psi wave emissions, or any signs of activity were registered. All life functions in SCP-4290 had ceased. In-site autopsies were performed. Based on these, the entity is estimated to have died approximately 9,000 years ago. The cause of death was determined to be malnutrition. SCP-4290 has been reclassified to neutralized.
It died? It died 9,000 years ago?
Today's lecture. Thank you for listening, if indeed you still are, and you are all dismissed.
What a fucking gotcha. No wonder it wasn't eating all the sacrifices. Because it was dead. Oh my god. Imagine getting sacrificed to feed a thing that has just been dead for thousands of years. And everyone's freaking out like, we must feed it more. Because it's not eating. It's because it's fucking dead. But what killed it? Starvation. They said starvation. Damn, just like my frog. What did you do with your frog? Did it destroy anything? No. So the timer expired, I think. It was revealed. Everyone waited prepared to open fire. It never moved for 2 hours. They went to go check on it and realized that it died 9,000 years ago from starvation. So it was a false alarm, and those guys abandoned the Foundation and jumped to a different dimension because they expected it to be, you know, as bad as it seemed. But yeah, it just goes to show you, you know. Where's Squire Percy? All right, next one. Let's see. The Eldritch Antarctic. Let's keep on the theme, I guess. So this is the Volgan's channel. If you go on YouTube, we interviewed him on this channel a couple of years ago. He's a great dude, and he does readings of SCP entries. Good afternoon, everyone. He also models.
My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-2764.
He also models
Object class,
the SCPs you see on those images.
Special containment procedures. SCP-2764 is currently located in Antarctica. All civilians are to be kept outside of a 150-kilometer radius from the object. This radius is to be strictly monitored by Mobile Task Force ETA-5, Containment Battalion 4 Alpha. A perimeter has been established around a radius of 75 kilometers from SCP-2764, and this perimeter is to be guarded by at least 10 guards per 25 kilometers of the circumference at all times, totaling a 190 guard minimum around the entire circumference. If any civilian is caught inside of the 150 kilometer radius, they are to be brought in for questioning, and are to be administered Class A or B amnestics at the discretion of the on-site supervisor. The civilian in question will then be transported off-site to their most recent dwelling. Should SCP-2764 suddenly flicker outside of the usual radius of 25 kilometers, a new perimeter is to be immediately established at the radius of 75 kilometers.
Sorry, I've already heard this one. This one is an entity in Antarctica that flickers within like a radius in Antarctica and just bounces into different like spaces of time. And if you're near it, it distorts time around you and you can't tell. You feel like you're always walking towards it, but it's actually just jumping around you, and so you get lost and freeze to death in Antarctica. Yeah. Let's see. We got There Was a Crooked Man. We've got, let's look on his channel. Hyper-religious cats. Biological motherboard. Or a god for pigs. Which of those sounds good? Cats. Okay, we'll do cats and then pigs. Who's this?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-4516. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. All entrances to SCP-4516 have been shielded with thaumaturgic warding. Personnel are to maintain these wards indefinitely. Under no circumstances are personnel to enter SCP-4516 unless the majority of the L5 Council are in agreement. All objects and entities extracted from SCP-4516 are to be kept in containment indefinitely. Research of Class 2 anomalous objects or lower is permitted with the written permission of the Site Director. Anomalous objects above Class 2 require written permission from the Regional Director. Non-sapient biological entities are to be sterilized and maintained until their death, after which the body is to be incinerated after study. Sapients are to be naturalized in terrestrial law and relocated to various anomalous enclaves should they have no criminal record are not infected with a contagious illness, and are not connected to Sorxus nations monetarily, militarily, or religiously.
Sorxus nations.
Description: SCP-4516 is a series of 4 gateways to an unknown location believed to be somewhere within the Milky Way galaxy. These gateways are located in Iraq, SCP-4516-1, North Korea, SCP-4516-2, the Bahamas, SCP-4516-3, and the United Kingdom, SCP-4516-4. Upon entering an instance of SCP-4516, the individual will experience symptoms typical of long-distance gateway travel, including nausea, dizziness, ringing in the ears, bleeding from the gums, etc. The exit point is always the same regardless of instance entered. This appears to be a large forest filled with trees of an unknown species. Travel through the gateway from the other side takes the individual to the original gateway from which they entered.
Okay, nice.
Native entities are sent to a random destination unless they are in physical contact with one another. The exit point has been designated SCP-4516-A. SCP-4516-B is the interior of a Dyson sphere, indicated by the binary stars in the middle of the sky and the curved nature of the world, allowing one to view the perceived top of the sphere from the bottom. A gravitational anomaly pervades the entire structure, making objects behave as they would on Earth, negating the centrifugal forces. It is estimated that the Dyson sphere has a roughly 16 light-minute, 287,800,000 kilometer diameter. The atmospheric composition of SCP-4516-A is similar to Earth, albeit with slightly higher levels of neon and lower levels of argon than baseline. It should also be noted that SCP-4516-A is anomalously stable, showing no signs of orbital decay or seasons related to an area's distance from the Sun.
So it's a giant space station so far.
SCP-4516-B possesses a noticeably elevated thaumaturgical inclination than Earth, making spells and naturally occurring anomalous abilities much stronger in SCP-4516-B than on baseline Earth. The reverse is also true, as organisms and spells native to SCP-4516-B have less thaumaturgical prowess on Earth than they do in SCP-4516-B. SCP-4516-B possesses an extremely extensive and varied biosphere, with an estimated 1.3 times 10 to the power of 16 indigenous species, although the accuracy of this estimate is presently uncertain. An estimated 87% of all species display some sort of thaumaturgical ability, ranging from teleportation to chronological displacement. The remaining 13% of life forms that do not display thaumaturgical abilities are highly specialized life forms that are limited to specific environments, typically the deep ocean or highly isolated islands. To date, the architects of SCP-4516-B are unknown. Numerous sapient species and a handful of deities have been discovered, although it is believed that these naturally evolved on SCP-4516-B and not the builders of the structure. Discovery.
Okay, so in summary, there are portals around the world that take you to a Dyson sphere, which is basically a space station that can like simulate the experience of living on a circular globe. So it's a space station that is also, it's kind of like, think like the ring from Halo. And on this place, all the residents have some level of magic powers, or most of them do. Yeah, so let's see where they go with it.
SCP-4516 was discovered after a group of large humanoid mammalian beings appeared spontaneously in the Bahamas on November 30th, 1945. These entities measured 7 meters in height, with green dark skin, a single eye, and were armed with crossbows and swords. These entities were intercepted by the Global Occult Coalition and destroyed before the Foundation was aware of the incident. The event was classified as an anomalous incident until an identical event occurred on July 9th, 1948 in North Korea. Foundation assets were alerted in time and containment is established with a single Foundation fatality. Upon interrogation, SCP-4516-B was discovered, in addition to SCP-4516-1, 3, and 4, based on Foundation records of similar incidents. The entities, collectively classified as SCP-4516-1, were each individually interrogated and revealed to be colonists from Torak, a city-state within SCP-4516, and were attempting to escape persecution for their religious beliefs.
Aww.
Contact with the entity's government was established and exploration of SCP-4516 began. The humanoids were naturalized in terrestrial law and relocated to various anomalous enclaves, including 3 Portlands. The species numbers in the 60,000s according to the 2017 census. Incident 4516-1. After years of negotiation with the Commonwealth of Torak, the state was overtaken by the nearby nation of Forathia due to a combination of border disputes, religious disagreements, and catalyzed by an assassination attempt on the Torakian queen's favorite concubine.
Oh no.
The nation of Forathia was much more hostile towards the Foundation than the original Torakian government. This is best shown through the infiltration of the Foundation by a Forathian agent whom is responsible for a containment breach on Site-16, resulting in the death of 892 Foundation personnel and 36 civilians. Following this, the Foundation was temporarily cut off from SCP-4516-1, isolating personnel on the interior from Earth. After 3 months of no contact, the gateways were reopened. Foundation assets previously trapped within SCP-4516-1 had apparently worked with Forathian rebels and overthrown their rule, re-establishing the nation of Torak. The nation of Forathia was destroyed in the conflict. Personnel involved were given the Foundation Gold Star for valor. Exploration of SCP-4516-1 continues. Incident 4516-2. Through exploration of SCP-4516-B, a city-state under the name of Minotarius is encountered. Measuring 18 kilometers wide, Minotarius is inhabited by a species of cat-like quadrupeds measuring 2 meters at the shoulder. This species is telekinetic and are able to use a very limited form of thaumaturgy. Upon contact, the inhabitants of the city-state had an abrupt socio-religious shift. Foundation personnel apparently resembled the inhabitants' version of angels, and thus believed the Foundation to be holy beings.
What?
This quickly degraded, however, once the inhabitants realized that Foundation personnel have red blood, when their angels bleed purple when injured. This led to a brief civil war before a massive assault against Foundation forces.
Oh shit.
The inhabitants believing them to be demons, and wishing the apocalypse upon them. 65% of personnel did not survive. The remaining 35% were forced to retreat into Torak. A siege ensued, which negatively affected the relationship between the Foundation and Torak.
Shit.
Incident 4516-3. Torak, after 19 months of siege, is finally overrun after a tunnel constructed by the Mentarians opens up near the center of the city-state. A mass slaughter ensues, resulting in nearly 100% casualties among Foundation and Torakian forces.
Oh my god.
The gateway is sealed immediately. To date, there has been 17 incursions from the other side of SCP-4516, each of which has been successfully repelled. Incident 4516-4. After 3 years of inactivity from the exit point, a Foundation strike force was authorized to enter in order to assert the current situation in SCP-4516-B. It was quickly ascertained that the forest previously surrounding the exit point had been converted into a new nation called the Mamorthian Empire. This nation is very technologically, socially, and thaumaturgically advanced. The conflict between the Mentarians and Torakians was determined, according to historical records, to have spilled out into the surrounding area and civilizations, enveloping the entire region into a brutal series of wars and unstable alliances, along with religious, species, and ethnic purges. This culminated in a single war between 3 different alliances: the Gornok Union, the Sorxis, and Morinian Confederacy. The Gornok Union was a collection of highly authoritarian, theocratic states. The Sorxis was a collection of very secular and collectivist nations, and the Morinian Confederacy was an ideologically diverse group of nations which would be too weak to otherwise defend themselves.
Of course.
Rapidly advancing technology and thaumaturgy, which was aided by technology and other materials left behind by Foundation personnel in the years prior, ultimately allowed a joint Gornok and Morinian force to destroy the Sorxis alliance. This, however, has led to a military standoff between theocratic states and the increasingly libertarian Morinian states, with terrorist attacks perpetrated by Sorxis-backed groups against Morinian nations becoming increasingly common, as is immigration from these nations. This concludes today's lecture.
Right.
Thank you for listening, if indeed you still are, and you are all dismissed.
So basically, there was portals to a futuristic alternate fantasy
I would like to give a
space
special
world that opened up, and we went over there, and they at first were like, oh, that's kind of cool, there's other people out there. And then there was a rebellion, and the new people that took over were like, no, fuck the other dimension, we're gonna invade them. And then the Foundation had spies overthrow the old government in place of the new one to put, the new government to put the old one back, because they were more basically America in like the Middle East situation. And then they went to the Cat Nation. The cats thought they were gods. The cats saw that they bled red blood instead of blue, so therefore they were demons, and then had another war with the Foundation because of that. So I don't know, man. That was a weird one. That just seems like, don't ever go in portals you don't want the answers to. How about this? A god for pigs. That sounds like a nice, wholesome one, right? We love pigs.
It's too far away.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-4495. Object Class, Keter. Threat Level, Yellow. Following the regular implementation of Procedure 610 Sinclair, SCP-4495 has achieved sufficient ectoentropic stability and is no longer considered at risk of instigating an NK-class scenario. Legacy containment procedures are kept on record in the event that 610 Sinclair is no longer viable. Special containment procedures. Relevant personnel are to execute Procedure 610 Sinclair on a daily basis, and maintenance personnel are to inspect SCP-4495's containment chamber on a bi-weekly basis. SCP-4495 is contained inside of a 3-tiered cell, each tier separated by a graded floor. SCP-4495 resides on the top tier, strapped into an alcove in the southern wall. SCP-4495's stomach is positioned at an acute angle with respect to the floor, allowing SCP-4495-1 to immediately fall through the grating upon generation. To prevent the buildup of stuck instances of SCP-4495-1, the grating is to be sprayed hourly by a series of built-in pressure washers. The top tier is to remain refrigerated in the interests of reducing miasma. The middle tier contains a combination grinder and incinerator. Instances of SCP-4495-1 are forced into the machine through a funnel, emerging from the bottom as a temporarily inert paste. This process takes under 10 minutes. The bottom tier contains implements required for Procedure 610 Sinclair. Should Procedure 610 Sinclair become non-viable, SCP-4495-1 paste is to be pressed as thinly as possible, vacuum sealed, and stored in Site-56's provisional storage wing. Relevant personnel are to read document 4495-610 at the nearest opportunity. Description: SCP-4495 is the partially decomposed corpse of an unidentified cryptid. Superficially, it resembles a bipedal pig, clad in regal wear, reclining upon a throne. However, closer examination reveals that the throne, figure, and rudiments all constitute a single immobile organism, comprised of keratin, bone, and skin.
So the throne is part of the body.
SCP-4495's ventral torso has ruptured. Periodic contractions along its abdominal cavity continuously forces instances of SCP-4495-1 outward. Instances of SCP-4495-1 superficially resemble porcine intestines. SCP-4495-1 are animate and behave in a manner roughly analogous to pythons, with the exception of extreme aggression in the presence of animal life. While instances of SCP-4495-1 can be damaged normally,
Criken, I loved your Left 4 Dead videos back in the day. Hey, welcome first time chatter. This is kind of a strange time to be joining. Not all the streams are like this. Currently we're grinding in WoW and listening to SCP entries about dead sentient pig gods that have living intestines that burst out of them regularly. So yeah, you know, take a seat. Welcome.
they will reform if given enough time. Exposure to high temperatures delays this process, but does not halt it entirely. SCP-4495-1 can only be permanently destroyed through application of Procedure 610, Sinclair. Document 4495-610. Analysis of SCP-4495-1 and details of Procedure 610, Sinclair. Analysis of SCP-4495-1. The following is a full-scale analysis of SCP-4495-1, authorized on 26/08/2008 by Director Agatha Drummond and primarily conducted by Drs. Rivka Yarkoni and Daniel Gums. This study was taken under the following assumptions. Number 1, that SCP-4495 was either related to or intended to resemble a member of the Suidae family of animals. Number 2, that SCP-4495 could be considered alive, dead, or inanimate, but theories which claimed inanimacy must remain exclusive from ones suggesting a biological origin. Number 3, that if SCP-4495 could only be considered alive or dead, SCP-4495-1 was related to or intended to resemble animal intestines. Number 4, that SCP-4495 ran the risk of causing an NK-class Grey Goose scenario if a method of permanently
Oh god. Hi Daisy, thank you for the raid. Tuck into baby. Hi, this is baby. I'm fighting dragons because this is what I do now for fun. This is my day to day. Here, let me introduce you. So don't mind the pig man on the top right. I'll get to that in a second. Where's my... Look at him. Yeah, this is my...
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Orago, thank you for the gifted sub. Jesus Christ, how horrifying. Yeah, sorry, all subscriptions and gifted subs play a random sub sound out of like 4,000 sub sounds from different games. So I don't control what plays, but you know, they're all relevant all the time. Yeah, we're just grinding in WoW and listening to SCP videos in the background. If you guys don't know what SCP is, it's basically a creepypasta anthology set in a fictional foundation that keeps all cursed and cryptid things contained best they can. And so this is the entry of the pig god, a god for pigs. And it's very cursed and terrible sounding. So you're coming in just at the right time. And it's just kind of a cozy stream right now, so, you know, take a seat, get some hot cocoa or pig's blood, and, you know, just kind of hang out. Thanks for the raid, Daisy. Hope what were you guys been up to? Anything fun? So far you've missed that this pig god is basically finished Borderlands 3. Congrats. Chat, we finished Borderlands 3, right? Was that when I did the thing that everyone got angry at me for? At the end? Yeah, that was a regret. Was that 2? Really? Maybe I never finished 3 then. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I guess I never did finish 3. I finished 2. Was 3 good? Was the end good? I don't think I ever played a whole lot of Borderlands, if I'm honest. 3 is the Zoomer one? 3 was bad? Then why'd you finish it? I don't know. I have a problem finishing games, as we probably know by now. I'm a slave to Handsome Jack. Alright, fair enough. The Spooky Village DLC with the cult is nice. That sounds fun. I do like spooky villages and cults. Speaking of which, SCPs love cults. Half of SCPs involve either a spooky village or a cult, or often both. Three is the best gameplay, but Krungo villains. Yeah. I remember get the preview of Borderlands 3 being fun. And then there was like that Twitch interaction stuff, right? Didn't they have like getting loot boxes and stuff from the viewers? Or giving loot boxes to viewers? That was neat. I love the low threat SCPs. They're silly and great. I do too. I think my favorites are often the ones that aren't like world-ending threats, you know? That being said, let's listen to the world-ending threat that is the pig god.
Destroying SCP-4495-1 was not developed. As stated in SCP-4495's description, SCP-4495-1 resemble porcine intestines. However, instances of SCP-4495-1 are variable in shape and size to the extent that, assuming SCP-4495-1 functions as a theoretical living instance of SCP-4495's intestines, SCP-4495 as a species would either have possessed a theoretically infinite number of vestigial digestive systems or a radically variable diet between individuals.
What?
SCP-4495-1 was initially subjected to several rounds of chemical testing. Initial reports concluded that SCP-4495-1 was chemically inert. However, as such a conclusion would necessitate the usage of anomalous disposal methods, the Pepper Protocol was invoked and chemical testing was to be continued for a period of 1 week.
The fuck are they talking
On
about?
02/09/2008, junior researcher Malcolm Johnson violated quarantine protocols when he vomited on his respective batch of SCP-4495-1. Novel chemical reactions were immediately observed.
What are you doing?
Details of Procedure 610, Sinclair. 1. SCP-4495-1 paste is cleansed of grime through a food-safe cleaning mechanism. Number 2. The resulting paste is then reheated over a period of an hour at 400 degrees Celsius. Number 3. Paste is separated into a series of measured portions depending on the culinary attitudes of the Foundation. Number 4. Portions are to be fitted with fake casing. Number 5. Portions are to be served to Foundation personnel on standard diet plans in lieu of pork. 6.
Why?
Unsold portions are to be fed to D-Class personnel as part of URA 2677's containment protocols.
Pig guts?
Number 7. Uneaten portions of SCP-4495-1 are to be filtered out of Site-56's waste disposal system, thoroughly cleansed, and retreated with Procedure 610, Sinclair.
It's the only way to destroy it.
Experimentation shows that SCP-4495-1 is culinarily similar to common pork,
missed
with
that part.
superior nutritional benefits and lower levels of cholesterol and saturated fats.
Wait, they're good for
This,
you.
in addition to its longevity, SCP-4495-1, treated with Procedure 610 Sinclair, does not decay and will remain inanimate for approximately 2 weeks without additional heat treatment. Most importantly, in addition to providing a better ratio of caloric content, consumption of SCP-4495-1 produces virtually no waste matter. A significant portion of SCP-4495-1 is essentially annihilated upon digestion.
It's annihilated.
Mass implementation of Procedure 610 Sinclair is projected to save a significant amount of money on culinary expenses. Disinformation efforts are underway in the form of increased sanitary regulations. Well, I think I can speak for all of us here at the Foundation that was absolutely disgusting. But that concludes today's lecture. Thank you for listening.
So,
if indeed you still are, and you are all
It's
dismissed.
a pig god that is constantly regurgitating living intestines that never decay. And
I would like to give a special
the only way to get rid of them is to eat them. But when you eat them, they're good for you, and you don't shit. So, seems like a win-win, really. I think it's classified as Keter because if we stop eating it, then it's gonna fill the whole world with pig guts. So, you know, I guess that's a good reason. World hunger solved. That's what I'm saying, you know? No spaghetti. It's like conjured mage food. Yeah, exactly. By the way, this is basically what we're doing all of tonight. Every 20 minutes, I clear this much of the dungeon. I get 2 bars of experience. We reset. We do it again. Super fun, engaging content to fall asleep to. Why class Keter if easily contained? I think because if containment fails, then it gets bad. Why not quests? I think quests is slower than this. Genuinely. I think quests is actually slower than this like 15-minute run. I'm not even kidding. It is so slow. It is unreal how slow it is. Were you enjoying the quest? Sometimes. But other times, no. Completely can't be true. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to reset. I'm going to go back in. We're going to do one more loop. We're going to see how much experience I get. Then I'm going to start a timer. And we're going to see if I get as much from questing or not. Okay? Then we'll find out who's right. I cannot believe how hard you dogged me for wanting to dungeon grind, and now you're dungeon grinding. It's different. 5 people equals no XP. It's a big solo, proud of you, son. Why can't you be more like Benji and just be proud of me? We'll put on another SCP in the background. Let's see. Would you like Directorate K, the Reckoner, Major Alexei Belatrov, Dead Hand? Actually, Dead Hand sounds good because that's just about as much time as it takes to run this. Let's do Dead Hand. All right. Ready, starting the timer now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-1984. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1984 is to be secured at Armed Containment Complex 4, kilometers south-southeast of Verkhoyansk, Sakha Republic, Russian Federation. Mobile Task Force Omega-59, Nechayeva's Wolves, and Mobile Task Force Sigma-18, Chessmasters, are to be permanently stationed at Complex 4. SCP-1984 itself is to be contained in Warehouse 5E in a standard humanoid containment cell, modified to be enclosed within a Faraday cage to prevent external broadcasts from reaching the interior. The only broadcasts allowed to reach SCP-1984 are those created by the Information Control Team. All broadcast signals in the vicinity of Complex 4 are to be monitored.
Oh boy.
At all times, the Information Control Team shall be staffed with no fewer than 15 members and housed in Dormitory 3F, adjacent to Studio 1A. Among these must be at least one military historian, 2 personnel with extensive background in international diplomacy, 1 economist, 2 actors with significant stage experience, and 3 personnel with at least 10 years of experience in the Soviet-Russian media. SCP-1984 is to receive a narrative transmitted via radio and television broadcasts depicting an ongoing state of détente between the Soviet Union and NATO, designed to resemble official releases from TASS, the Associated Press, the BBC, and other established Cold War-era news organizations. Description: SCP-1984 was created by the Soviet Union during the 1980s to serve as its second strike nuclear deterrence mechanism. SCP-1984 is in fact the system referred to in Western media as Dead Hand, an automated nuclear response commonly believed to be triggered by the destruction of the Soviet command and control structure. However, rather than being a network of sensors and computing systems, SCP-1984 is an autonomous, self-aware entity of varying observable existence with direct access to Russian nuclear sites and the ability to commence the launch of ICBMs stored therein. SCP-1984 consists of the embalmed remains of Sergeant Murat Chernikov, a Russian soldier killed during the Soviet-Afghan War in 1982. While Sergeant Chernikov is referenced in Project December documentation, no official Russian Federation records exist regarding him at this time. SCP-1984 serves as the locus for SCP-1984-01. In its dormant state, SCP-1984-01 is a semi-sentient consciousness capable of receiving and processing broadcast signals. SCP-1984-01 can apparently discern the informational content of any broadcast it receives. During times of what it perceives to be heightened global military tensions, especially those involving the Russian Federation and the former satellite states of the Soviet Union, SCP-1984-01 will begin to manifest and becomes able to interact with the physical world to varying degrees. Manifestations have ranged from a barely perceptible, hazy human-shaped outline believed to be related to an unintercepted report regarding the 2004 Russian presidential election, to a glowing bright red apparition in the distended shape of a child missing its legs. Containment Breach 1984-13, 08-07-2008. When SCP-1984-1 manifests in this manner, its secondary abilities become apparent. These include the ability to directly interface with nuclear command systems within an approximately 50-meter radius, and combat capabilities focused on severe disruption of the human nervous system. When SCP-1984 fully manifests, it can move at speeds measured up to 140 kilometers per hour and will immediately attempt to travel to the nearest functioning land-based strategic rocket installation housing R-36M ICBMs.
It fucking books it at 140 meters per hour.
Currently 81 kilometers northwest of Armed Containment Complex 4. Access its command system and launch all missiles at their present targets. It will repeat this process until it has launched all remaining missiles under Russian control. SCP-1984-01 is extremely hostile to any human it perceives as interfering with it, and will engage any personnel in its immediate path. SCP-1984-1 has shown limited vulnerability to microwave radiation. However, this serves to misdirect and confuse the entity rather than directly harm it. Recovery Log 1984. In early 1984, Dr. Sergei, the Soviet Union's official liaison with the Foundation, contacted O5, overseer of Eurasian affairs at the time, to discuss what was characterized as a matter of grave importance to the continued survival of the human race. At a secret conference in Sarajevo, Yugoslavia, coinciding with the 1984 Winter Olympics to provide cover for the presence of high-ranking state officials from several nations, Soviet and United States officials briefed Overwatch Command on the true nature of Dead Hand, then assumed by the Foundation to be a traditional nuclear deterrent, and the existence of SCP-1984. In the wake of information obtained by Soviet officials after the suicide of Dr. Anatoly Lavrentyev and the subsequent destruction of his research facility, SCP-1984 was revealed to be both increasingly beyond the control of the Soviet government and designed outside of original specifications, rather than serving as an assured second strike nuclear response in the event of the complete destruction of Soviet leadership. SCP-1984-01 was actively attempting to initiate a nuclear first strike at targets in the United States, France, West Germany, and the People's Republic of China. At the request of a joint US-Soviet delegation, the Foundation agreed to assume control of SCP-1984 and immediately commence containment procedures. Dr. a surviving senior researcher with Project December and codenamed Ezra by the Foundation, was appointed as Director of Armed Containment Complex 4. Incident Report 1984-1. On 08/11/1984, United States President Ronald Reagan joked that, "I'm pleased to tell you today that I've signed legislation that will outlaw Russia forever. We begin bombing in 5 minutes," prior to a campaign speech. Thousands of media outlets reported on the president's remarks, and in the ensuing signal traffic, an audio recording of the event broadcast by the People's Republic of China's Xinhua news agency reached SCP-1984. Researchers note, we still do not understand how transmissions are able to occasionally bypass the Faraday structure
So,
enclosing 1984.
Reagan really said that?
Studies are ongoing.
And the SCP didn't understand
Upon
sarcasm?
receiving the transmission, SCP-1984-01 immediately underwent a full manifestation event with no detectable warning signs.
Oh god.
SCP-1984-01 breached containment at 03:08 hours and was immediately engaged by Mobile Task Force Sigma-18. Upon sighting Mobile Task Force operatives, SCP-1984-01 assumed the form of a blue translucent emaciated woman dressed in traditional Pashtun attire and began attacking. According to video logs, Private and Captain began exhibiting signs of neurological trauma, such as profuse bleeding from the ears, seizures, and leakage of copious amounts of what appeared to be cerebrospinal fluid from the nose and eyes before team members equipped with specialized weaponry could train directed microwave pulses at SCP-1984-1, holding it temporarily at bay. While Mobile Task Force Sigma-18 attempted to neutralize SCP-1984-01, members of the Information Control Team hastily began recording a simulated television broadcast designed to return it to a dormant state. The first attempt, video log 1984-84.42, was interrupted by the sound of a wall collapsing 80 meters away, the result of a failed attempt by Mobile Task Force Sigma-18 members to initiate Emergency Protocol 12. The second attempt succeeded, although footage had to be edited to remove one broadcaster who began suffering what appeared to be a stroke. The resulting broadcast consisted of a staged BBC News update stating that the Politburo had been in on the joke, and previously recorded contingency footage of General Secretary Konstantin Chernenko explicitly stating that the Soviet nuclear forces were not on heightened alert. fighting between SCP-1984-01 and Mobile Task Force Sigma-18 continued for approximately 15 minutes after the Information Control Team broadcast its report.
They had to tell him it was a prank.
SCP-1984-1 soon began to fade, and its attacks decreased in intensity, until containment was re-established at 0541 hours. With 13 Mobile Task Force operatives killed in action, 4 support staff dead, and 8 more staff rendered permanently disabled by traumatic brain injuries,
all because of Reagan's
Incident 1984-1 remains the deadliest containment breach yet recorded for SCP-1984. Recovered Project December documentation.
Head researchers note. The following documents are fragments recovered from the destroyed laboratory of Dr. Anatoly Lavrentiev, director of Project December. The vast majority of information from this facility was lost, and most documents recovered have sustained heavy fire or water damage. This archive was provided by the Soviet government upon transfer of custody of SCP-1984 and the appointment of Ezra as site director. Because of the secrecy of Project December and Dr. Lavrentiev's triggering of numerous failsafe measures prior to his suicide, these documents are the only source of direct information on SCP-1984 besides Ezra. Documents translated from the original Russian into English by researchers.
Fragment 2C. Suspected to be a memorandum from Dr. Lavrentiev to an unknown high-ranking Soviet military official. Date unknown, but assumed to be from between 1980 to 1981.
Due respect. The game theorists' beloved idea of a second strike mechanism is just as ignorant as the comrades they criticize. You will find one man out of 1,000 who will push the button that wins the war. Not many will want the blood of millions on their hands, but some will do it to ensure an end to the conflict. This they use to justify themselves. But how many men will push the button after the bombs have fallen? How many will sign the death warrant of the human race and finish off what survivors there may be left? The threat may serve to keep us safe, but the act is only within the mind of an unreachable madman. Perimeter may be automated, but it still must be initiated by a human. And not one of us is capable of ending the world merely for the sake of ending it. The solution then becomes obvious.
End fragment. Fragment 12W. Notes found in a charred binder that are not consistent with other materials recovered. Written in English. Original source of document unknown. Several unintelligible handwritten notes in what is presumably Russian are present in the margins.
At which point, Dr. Clark distributed files to each of the members present. Inside each file were the same contents. A photograph of a man in his late 50s with receding gray hair, spectacles, a mustache, and a kind grandfatherly expression. Photographs of a typical suburban 3-bedroom house. Typewritten notes depicting a short personal history of Mr. Smith, and a short story written by Dr. Clark about Mr. Smith's untimely end in an auto accident. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, of course, that the person in your files is not actually Mr. Smith, but a random citizen, unknown to each of you. The real Mr. Smith, like our construct, is also deceased, which of course helps with any troublesome legal action down the road. The information before you is a focal point. You must spend the next several days familiarizing yourself with this material. Keep reading and reading until you are convinced that Mr. Smith is real. This is vital to establishing the correct baseline for our EEG monitors. When we attempt to knock twice for yes, all assembled at the table clearly indicated that they heard 2 successive knocks, seemingly emanating from the center. Later examinations of video records do not display any evidence of movement among any of the seated participants. Dr. Clark moved on to the next question on the... The entity demonstrated knowledge of information supplied to participants, as well as the details of the life of Mr. These properties first became known after supplying participants with a regimen of 8A PDHQ desiccine. He then remarked that in light of Miss Lamelliere's injuries that he was glad that we hadn't imagined a hostile figure. This one was bad enough, thanks.
End fragment. Fragment 21X. Document consistent with personnel reports kept by KGB administration. Date unknown, but assumed to
They're
be
inventing
prior
a fake
to
person to become
1982.
the Dead Hand Ghost.
Sergeant Chernikov has been noted by commanding officers to suffer from periodic episodes of what appear to be migraines. However, he has never sought medical attention. Whether this is related to the events in Krasnodar is unclear, but in any event, the investigation could not determine Sergeant Chernikov's exact role in the death of Private Bekhterev. Exoneration notwithstanding, Sergeant Chernikov has repeatedly demonstrated antisocial behavioral traits, unprovoked aggression against fellow unit members, and actions in the field that border on psychotic. Efforts to prevent knowledge and subsequent propagandization of Sergeant Chernikov's actions in the village of Mangwal far outweigh the strategic benefit originally sought by deployment of Weimpel. It is the opinion of this commission that despite the critical need for experienced personnel in Afghanistan, Sergeant Chernikov be removed from active duty and placed in psychiatric care. We can ill afford such an unpredictable operative in such sensitive mission areas.
End fragment. Fragment 29B. Excerpts from the diary of Dr. Lavrentiev.
March 21st, 1981. Researchers continuing to act edgy and insolent. Many resent being transferred to this project. Amusingly enough, it's not the goal we're trying to accomplish that bothers them. It's the means we're employing to get there. Many of them scoff at magic and ghosts, as they term it, and deride the work as unscientific. I know they call me Rasputin behind my back. It was a mistake to inform them of the whole picture. June 19th, 1981. New research team arrived today. Quickly divided up personnel into sub-teams, each focusing on a piece of the whole. Most of the work will be able to be explained under the auspices of direct mind interface software, neurological research, and observation of mass psychological suggestion. I can finesse the rest. Much better outlook. July 13th, 1981. The tests have been in line with what Agent Parks observed in Toronto. The question now is what happens when we recreate them on a large scale and with a suitable focus. I shall inform the KGB liaison to begin looking for personnel that fall within our parameters.
All right, I think we get the idea. The concept of this one was pretty neat. It's like basically a you know, deceased soldier of Russia that they hooked up to a machine so that if it from radio waves perceives that Russia is losing the war or in danger, then it sprints to the closest nuclear terminal and launches all missiles. It's a ridiculous concept. It's scary though. I mean, the fact that they have to have an on-staff crew to make regular media reassuring this zombie that that the war is not, everything's fine, you know? It's a real thing? Yeah, it might be. Okay, so that was what, 16 minutes roughly of dungeoning. Got us about a bar and a half, a little bit over a bar and a half. Now we will go quest for 15 minutes and see if it does the same. All of chat being like, questing's the best way to level. I've completely 180'd from the first time that I streamed this, man. I'm with you, Sput. Dungeon was the way to go. We just had too many people. What level is Amphitheater of Anguish? We did that last night, actually. So I am using that weapon right now, actually. The Deraged War Axe. This is an extremely flawed experiment. Oh, go on.
I am listening.
Teach me then. Should I have done it a full hour and then taken that EXP rather than 15 minutes? Because I agree that this is kind of flawed, but it's fine. It's roughly fine, right? What? We'll go to, where's the most concentration of quests available? Where is your control group? Go Grizzly Hills. We'll go this way.
Elune adore. May the stars guide you.
Need more data. Not enough data. Some quests to complete them for 20 minutes back to back for like 100k XP. Some take an hour. True. Tough part is I have no idea which ones are the ones I should be focusing on, you know? Correlation is not causation. You guys are just fucking regurgitating all the lines you learned in high school. Need more data. Not enough data. Let's see. You guys want another SCP? Who's another good SCP person? Dr. Bob? He does little animated ones. They're kind of cute. Mothman.
It is November of 1966 in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It's a crisp, clear night, the kind of natural beauty only autumn in Appalachia can bring. The lush green mountainsides have gone fiery as the season changed from summer to fall, vivid oranges, reds, and yellows flooding the landscape and turning the hills into a sunset. Now, in the dim light of the moon, the colors are muted but still glorious, dancing in a silvery blue glow. The spooky fun of Halloween has come and gone, leaving the warm, cozy feelings of the harvest. Of fresh-pressed apple cider, corn mazes filled with happy families, cuddling up around a fire with a flannel blanket and a mug of something hot and
This
sweet.
sounds nice.
Some people think Christmas is the most romantic time of the year, or Valentine's Day, or spring, when the wildflowers bloom and the breeze carries their perfume through the town. But to at least one happy couple, this is the most romantic thing they could possibly imagine. They're a young man and a young woman driving down the winding country road. They're so in love, and they feel like the only two people in the entire world. At this moment, life is good. They're driving just to drive, to crank up the radio and enjoy being alone together. But after a long stretch of road with nothing much in sight, they decide to drive a little bit further away from town, over toward an area nicknamed the TNT area, for its former life as a World War II munitions plant site.
Yeah,
Now, of course, it's just mostly wildlife out there, but it'll look beautiful at night, and it should be completely private. As the car winds around a curve in the road, the woman thinks she sees something out of the corner of her eye, and her heart skips a beat, taking her back to long-forgotten childhood fears. As a little kid, she always used to get nervous driving at night, imagining a monster running alongside the car as it went, trying to catch her. She used to picture long, pale limbs and big eyes, something loping along on all fours, dipping in and out of sight between the moonlight and the shadows. She would have nightmares about what the creature might do if it ever caught up to the car, if it ever reached through the window and pulled her out into the darkness. But of course, that was just a flight of fancy, the sort of thing a bored child's mind cooks up on a long drive. Imagining monsters where there are just dead tree branches or nocturnal animals. But now, seeing motion in the forest out the window, she feels that same breathless terror she felt as a little girl. She doesn't even realize she's squeezing her boyfriend's hand too tight until he pulls it away with a wince. Easy, before you crush me. He laughs, but there's worry in his eyes. You okay? She nods, shaking off the feeling. Sure, I'm fine. She privately chides herself for being so silly, for letting her own imagination get the better of her. She's lived in Point Pleasant all her life. She's no stranger to wildlife. Animals come out at night sometimes. It's just as much their world to live in as it is hers, she reminds herself. She's just starting to settle in, to let herself relax, when she sees it again. A fluttering motion, like great big dark wings, flapping at the edge of the area illuminated by the headlights. Something about it, the way it moves, the way it shimmers in the light, that seems to shine right through it like black mist. It feels deeply wrong. Like the old stories her grandfather used to tell her about the things you see in the mountains late at night, things you never want to come close to. He'd once told her about a mountain lion with the face of a woman, or a deer he watched stand up on its hind legs. She'd never seen anything quite like that, but the feeling he described, the deep sense of the unnatural, the way her mind and body recoil instinctively from this sight, feels the same. "Did you see that?" she asks, her throat so tight that her voice comes out in a whisper. Her boyfriend shakes his head. "See what? There deer out there? You know, a deer completely wrecked my last car, ran right into me. He was fine, got up and walked off like nothing happened. Me, on the other hand, no, it wasn't a deer." She shakes her head. "Never mind, it's silly." But the little break in her voice makes him pause. He turns the wheel, pulling the car over by the side of the road, and parks there. "Hey, look at me. What's got you so shaken up?" He puts a hand on her shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze. I thought I saw something." She sighs, feeling absurd as she says it out loud. "Well, you probably did. All kinds of animals out here." "But it's fine. They're more scared of us than we are of them," he reassures her. She shakes her head, frowning. "No, I know that. It wasn't an animal, I think. I couldn't quite see it, but I got this awful feeling. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Whatever I got a glimpse of, I can't explain it. I just feel like there was something wrong, like it wasn't supposed to be here." She rests her face in her hands, struggling to find the words. He rubs her back, unsure what else to do, what else to say. They sit like that for a long while, before she finally sits back up. "Want to go home?" he asks. She nods weakly. "I'm sorry, I know you wanted to go driving more, it's a new car." He cuts her off. "I want to do what you want to do. Come on, let's go by the diner and get a couple burgers, see if they've got any cherry pie left. Sound good?" She nods.
That sounds great.
"Sounds great."
It does.
The young man is just about to put the car back in drive when there is a sudden fluttering motion, something moving through the headlight's beam.
Lamp.
This time, they both see it, and they can only watch wide-eyed as it settles to a stop directly in front of their car. There, the size of a grown man with a 10-foot wingspan, is something unlike anything they have ever seen before. It's massive, dark gray, its face shielded from view by the limited light, with one notable exception. Boring into them are a pair of glowing red eyes, wide and piercing. Then, with a flap of its wings, as quickly as it appeared, the strange thing is gone again. The couple sit in complete silence for a long time before they turn to look at each other. They don't speak, but their expressions both say the same thing. "You saw that too, right?" Still too shocked to speak, the young man cranks the engine with trembling hands, and the two speed off back down the deserted road toward town. They have to get back. They have to call the police and tell them... What? That they saw a monster, a flying man with glowing eyes? Will anyone even believe them? Suddenly, the young woman's voice breaks through the tense quiet in the car. "Behind us!" she cries out. The man glances in the rearview mirror and sees what he would assume were red headlights, if he didn't already recognize them. Sure enough, the massive thing is flying behind their car, following them along the road. The car takes a turn, and so does the creature. The car speeds up, and it flaps its wings to catch up to them. It doesn't do anything else, doesn't try to grab them or break the back windshield, it just follows them, watching with an expression that he could almost call curiosity. Then, after 5 tense miles, it just disappears again, and they're alone. Truly alone. That chill on the back of their necks is gone, and they know that wherever that creature came from, it's gone back there, at least for now. When they make it back to town, they pull into the police station and rush inside. They can hardly get their words out as they try to tell the officer on duty what exactly they saw. He's skeptical, of course. 2 scared kids seeing things that aren't there, he assumes. But they insist again and again that they know what they saw. He humors them, listens to their story, and suggests that it was some sort of large wild bird. Animals' eyes reflect light, he reminds them, and everything looks worse at night, especially when someone is already all worked up. Realizing they won't be believed, the couple head home and get ready for bed. But they don't sleep. They can't. All they can think about is that massive figure landing right in front of their car and staring directly at them. Its unbelievable wingspan, its speed, the strange interest it had shown in following them home until it disappeared without a trace. What did it want? Will it ever come back? As they lie in bed, staring up at the ceiling and replaying the events of the night again and again in their minds, they wonder if they'll ever get the answers to those questions. One thing is for certain, though. They'll never forget those eyes as long as they live. Contrary to what the police officer thought about their story, this pair of young lovers were not the only ones to see the strange, winged creature around Point Pleasant. Over the next month, Others reported seeing similar things, and soon, eyewitness accounts were pouring in on a regular basis. A pair of volunteer firemen saw it while on duty, describing a massive bird with bright red eyes. A police officer reported seeing an unusually large bird-like animal with eyes that reflected the glow from his flashlight. A group of gravediggers doing their work looked up from their shovels to see something large, dark, and winged fly through the sky overhead, temporarily blotting out the moon. It soared overhead and landed in a far-off tree. All over town, people reported sightings of the creature, and the story grew and grew. The sheriff tried to calm the townspeople down, positing that it was just a sandhill crane, a large bird with a 7-foot wingspan and reddish coloring around its eyes. But the reports kept coming in, and they only got more
Why would
bizarre.
gravediggers work at night?
Some said it could fly over 100 miles per hour. Others said it could appear and disappear at will. A man in Salem, West Virginia blamed the creature for strange patterns appearing on the screen of his television set, and for strange noises he heard outside of his home at night. Then came the strange being's most infamous appearance. Eyewitnesses saw it, a massive, shadowy winged figure, on the night of December 15th, flying over the Silver Bridge, a suspension bridge over the Ohio River. Soon after this sighting, the bridge collapsed, and 46 people lost their lives. Though a fracture in the suspension chain was the culprit, people whispered around town that this mysterious creature was somehow responsible. If not responsible, then the monster was at least connected. It had to be. How could it be a coincidence? This mysterious apparition grew to be known as the Mothman, or simply Mothman. But to the SCP Foundation, it had a different name, SCP-2901. And according to their findings, there wasn't just one Mothman, but an entire species.
Oh my god.
SCP-2901 refers to a species of carnivorous scavenger creatures that, thus far, have demonstrated limited intelligence. They stand at an average height of 1.7 meters and generally appear to have an ellipsoidal shape with 2 large red eyes covered in photophoric tissue. Their bodies are covered in tiny iridescent scales, similar to those found in moths, butterflies, and other insects belonging to the Lepidoptera order. They are not bound by standard rules of space or time, and are able to move through both at will. This gives them seemingly impossible abilities such as levitation, flight, teleportation, and the emission of an acoustic cancellation effect thought to help them avoid detection.
What?
In spite of these talents, they are still impervious to some ordinary forces, such as standard firearms. Due to their unique abilities making them especially elusive, these creatures have proven difficult to contain using conventional methods. Not only that, but it has become increasingly difficult over time to keep the general public from discussing the possibility of their existence. The first appearance of SCP-2901 on record occurred in West Virginia in 1967, shortly before the catastrophic collapse of the Silver Bridge. Since then, SCP-2901 instances have gone out of their way to avoid humans, keeping to themselves as much as possible and vanishing from sight when approached. However, they have continued to manifest near the sites of various disasters, appearing to a handful of eyewitnesses in the location approximately a week to a month before something terrible occurs there.
Really?
Somehow, through a predictive ability compared by some researchers to a sense of smell, they are able to detect when an event resulting in multiple fatalities will occur. Once they have first appeared in an area, the creatures will remain there and guard it until the disaster comes to pass. They are extremely territorial, fighting with each other for dominance over the area, and even changing their shapes to frighten humans that wander into their territory. Once the disaster has occurred, the instances of SCP-2901 in the area will scavenge the dead until there is no more food left for them. Then, they will disappear once and for all, leaving no trace behind. Because SCP-2901 cannot be physically contained, the SCP Foundation has instead put guidelines in place for managing the creature's appearances, as well as what to do if an agent encounters one of these ethereal beings in the field. Cases involving SCP-2901 are assigned to Mobile Task Force 5-5, also known as the Twilighters, not to be confused with fans of a certain young adult vampire romance series. Any civilian encounters with SCP-2901 should be addressed with standard amnestic procedures, and any media leaks regarding the creatures, such as social media posts, YouTube videos, or local news reports, will be deleted or otherwise countered by the Information Detraction, Censorship, and Rescission Division. Field agents have been instructed to avoid SCP-2901 if possible, and carry mobile devices capable of SMS messaging in the event of one of the creatures using acoustic cancellation. If an operative comes face-to-face with an instance of SCP-2901, and there is no way to avoid a direct confrontation, there are specific steps that they must follow in order to minimize casualties. First, do not attempt to run away from the creature, lest it be provoked to chase after you. Second, hold your ground and maintain eye contact. Do not show weakness. Third, make a threat display, similar to the display the creatures use to frighten civilians away. Use your clothing to make yourself look bigger, stand on your tiptoes, and spread your arms wide. Continue this step until SCP-2901 either loses interest or is intimidated into standing down. If the creature approaches, do whatever you can to keep from touching it. Throw objects or brandish a makeshift weapon if you must. Though they do not tend to deliberately harm living humans, the fluctuating nature of the creature's position in space and time causes direct physical contact between them and the human to result in a dermal fusion. Essentially, they become stuck together. But the creature does not realize this. When they then attempt to flee and leave the human behind, the results are painful, to say the least. Imagine the feeling of ripping off a large Band-Aid. Now multiply that by 1,000, and multiply again. One more time? That's what it feels like. Though these guidelines were put together with Foundation field operatives in mind, they may come in handy for any civilian who accidentally crosses paths with SCP-2901. Should you find yourself in that unfortunate position, I hope that this information will help you avoid unnecessary trauma and pain. One more thing. I initially believed the preceding information to be all the available research into the nature of SCP-2901. However, after obtaining some additional security clearance through methods I won't detail here out of concern for the safety of all involved, I was able to locate this classified entry into its official file. It is a missive from the Information Detraction, Censorship, and Rescission Division, and details a practice of containment known as Operation Surgeon's Photograph, intended to act as a public disinformation campaign regarding the nature of SCP-2901. The purpose of this operation is not to conceal information about SCP-2901 from the public, but rather to control the information they have access to. A summary of the operation's methodology and ongoing success was included, and reads as follows. SCP-2901's current evolution is the sum of Foundation efforts in manipulating its existence through public perception. SCP-2901 are a group of extra-dimensional entities that lack a stable cohesive form and purpose that only coalesces through continued observational reconciliation. For SCP-2901 to maintain a stable physical mass, approximately 75% of the nearby human populace within 500 kilometers need to be congruent on a singular concept of what SCP-2901 is and what it does. SCP-2901 were first discovered and categorized as highly unstable Keter-class entities, capable of producing localized CK-class scenarios at random. Further research into SCP-2901's unstable manifestations proved to be futile, as, unbeknownst to Foundation scientists at the time, SCP-2901 would involuntarily change during each subsequent observation. During a containment breach into the civilian-populated areas within the Appalachian region of the southern United States, SCP-2901 began gradually condensing into a singular manifestation the more it was exposed to humans. Civilians began conceding to the idea that SCP-2901 was a dark, winged-like humanoid with large red eyes, which corresponded to pre-existing local folklore. SCP-2901 also began to evolve predatory-like behaviors and anomalous acoustic effects that conceptualized due to the mass fear generated within the surrounding communities. Foundation researchers recognized the effects and began isolating SCP-2901 as much as possible. However, deprived of regular perceptual input, SCP-2901 began to devolve into its initial highly unstable manifestations once again. The decision was made to maintain SCP-2901 in a functioning, manageable state through continued exposure to human perceptual belief that SCP-2901 is a tangible creature of local folklore, another Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster. The nearby Silver Bridge collapse of 1967 and the SCP-2901 Appalachian incursion, in reality, have no connection with one another. However, public opinion strongly disagreed, and henceforth, SCP-2901 began to appear at other future disaster events. This was the precursor of the precognitive scavenging animal-like behavior that is observed today. Efforts are to continue gradually introducing notions developed by the Foundation as to further SCP-2901's evolution into a more docile and manageable concept. I'm not sure I appreciate the implication that Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster don't exist. I, for one, am still holding out hope. But this finding still does compel me. Belief is a powerful thing. It can shape the world around us in unexpected ways, and apparently can even shift the nature of an entire race of creatures that otherwise refuse to abide by our rules and our understanding. Who knows what these beings will look like, how they will behave a few years down the line. For now, they are shadowy, precognitive scavengers, waiting in the wings for humanity to encounter disaster, then picking up the leftovers for themselves. They may not mean us any harm, but the sight of them can and should still strike terror into the heart. If you're ever out on your own and you spot a wide pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness, hear the rustle of leaves, of something floating through the trees like a cloud of black mist, you should probably leave that place immediately. You won't want to be there for what's coming next, because whether it takes a day or a month, SCP-2901 only goes where it knows it will be fed. If you want to support this important mission while also getting influence over the anomalies we cover and an exclusive look behind the scenes, check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a...
Yeah, check out Dr. Bob. His SCP videos are really good for like quick watches because they're all animated and lead with the exposition from like a story perspective. So I think they're pretty accessible for those that are interested in learning about SCP stuff without like jumping into the you know, the deep end, I guess. Yeah, that's a cool one. That one's like, I didn't know that second part, like, you know, traditional Mothman, but it's been curated by misinformation online in order to keep it evolving in like a harmless way. It's super cool. Kill Iron Thane Agram. Where the hell is this guy? Put on another one. By the way, it's definitely been 15 minutes by now, and we've got half a bar, I would say. Like, generous. I could have done the quest faster, but like, it's not that much faster, man. Back to the dungeon. I'm saying the dungeon's quicker, but hey, I guess questing has variety, but then you get stuck and you get frustrated, so I might die up here. I toss my poo. 929. Thank you for the Prime sub. This guy. That one. Thought you hated Blood Furnace, so I do it again. Because this is the longest grind I've ever experienced in a game. And I'm not even like halfway. I'm probably halfway now. At 76 and I don't know, a quarter.
Find my lost jumbo potatoes?
JT Dak, thank you for the 2 years, man. It'll be fun to run Nax once and then never touch baby again. Why must you paint realistic pictures? What if we end up keep playing? Lawman's apparently going to be getting Frostmourne or whatever. What if we keep playing? I was also going to try to get to 77 so I can get flying and then start questing more, because it would be faster if I could fly. That was my logic. Dungeon grind until 77. Make it permadeath. That would be horrible, especially on a PvP server. Do you have epic flying? Because otherwise you're flying 60%. Is that true? Oh no. I don't have epic flying. It's 150? Then why the hell were the... Fucking liars. Next video, Madge, I was gonna put it on, but now because you're being a jerk, it's gonna take an extra 10 minutes. 2 minutes. Damage journal. How many do I need? Cover 8 missing journal pages. Combine them with incomplete journal. Incomplete journal. Okay. Let's see what the next Dr. Bob video is. Blue Ridge Phenomenon.
The rain patters incessantly against the hiker's hood, the sound that has been accompanying her for the last 4 hours of walking through the Blue Ridge Mountains. Just that noise and the squelch of her shoes as they tread their way up the gravel path. It doesn't help that it's now almost pitch black. Come to Blue Ridge. You'll love it here. We can go out together. Yeah, right. Her friend had bailed on her at the last minute, taking half of their equipment with her, so the hiker had to buy herself a whole new tent and sleeping bag that morning.
Wait, what the hell?
Now, as she trudges her way up yet another trail in the pouring rain, she seriously wonders if it was worth the trip out to Virginia. She is so absorbed by the rain and the darkness that she fails to see the man walking towards her until the last second. He isn't coming along the path, not at all. Instead, he is marching straight up the ridge on her right, making a beeline for her. He's dressed in ragged waterproof clothes that catch and tear on the bushes as he pushes his way through them. He closes the gap to her startlingly fast, so quickly in fact, that she has to jump back out of his way to stop him from walking right into her. She catches her heel on a rock and loses her balance, landing squarely on her tailbone. A dull ache shoots up her torso, enough to wind her. But as she gasps for air, the man just walks right on past. He crosses the path and strides up the embankment to the left, disappearing into the woods without so much as a glance back at her. By the time she's got the air in her lungs to call out at him indignantly, he's long gone. Her breath doesn't fully come back, though. Some part of her feels rattled. As she gets up, feeling that familiar squelch in her boots, and continues along the trail, she can't quite settle her lungs into their normal pattern. She walks another mile or so, but the anxiety doesn't go away.
Uh-oh.
That settles it. She won't camp on her own tonight. There's a hostel just up the ridge that she can go to.
Good call.
It might be quiet because of the weather, but there will at least be some company there. The last thing she wants is to be a woman camping alone with a strange man marching around the woods like that.
Yeah.
Safety in numbers. And numbers there are. As she approaches the hostel, she spots a small gang of tents surrounding it. There's a little canopy outside with an open fire underneath. Rain-bedraggled campers huddle around the flames like a group of waterlogged moths. Their brightly colored raincoats are draped heavily over their shoulders, lit up eerily by the orange glow. The nearest guy, in a blue coat, waves her over and explains that the hostel is already full. Apparently, hikers have been flocking to the building all day to escape the rain. Some of them are too exhausted and wet to say a word, just heading straight inside and sitting in a bunk. They're packed in there like sardines, apparently. Definitely a fire hazard. The smell in there, he explains, is unbelievable. She's probably dodged a bullet being late and having to camp outside. A girl from the group gets up and shows the hiker to a good spot, raised slightly above the puddles that threaten to turn the grass into a swamp.
Let her stay with you.
The hiker thanks her and starts to set up her new tent. It goes terribly. She's never set up one like it before. Whoever designed it had clearly never gone camping in the rain. The inner has to go up first before she puts the outer rain cover over it, so right away, her room for the night has been drenched in rainwater.
No!
Perfect. She throws her bag inside and hurries back over to the fire, eager to get out of the rain for a bit. There's quite a crowd gathered around the fire. They mostly just sit in silence, only a handful of campers keeping the conversation going. Many of the strangers don't say a word at all, just sit there staring into the flames.
Sad.
The hiker does the same for the longest time, just enjoying the feeling of having her hood down, some warmth at her wrinkled fingertips, and a bit of human company around her.
It's the music.
After what feels like an hour, the guy in the blue coat asks if anyone wants to hear a ghost story. Immediately, 4 different people start yelling at him to stop being such a cliche. They're grown adults. Surely they can have a normal conversation around a campfire at night without having to reach for such low-hanging fruit. They can't. A woman starts things off. She talks about a boy from her school who'd gone missing up in these mountains years ago. On the night of his junior prom, he'd skidded off the road and down a ravine. No one ever found the body. Then, as if by magic, he'd appeared at his girlfriend's house on the following year's prom night, dressed in the same clothes he'd gone missing in. But when her parents came to wake her up in the morning, he had mysteriously vanished. No one finds it particularly scary. Someone else jumps in with a story of his own. Similar theme, really. A cousin had a friend who knew someone who owned a kayak that he'd capsized on some rapids. 10 years later, he turned up at a campsite in the middle of the night, and so on and so on.
Time for a prom.
Safe to say, none of the ghost stories are any good. The hiker stops listening, staring into the flames and letting her mind drift. She can't help but let her mind drift back to the man from earlier. The hiker shudders involuntarily. One of the campers around the fire asks if she's okay. She tells them it's just the rain. That man. Something had been seriously wrong with him. Dressed in tattered waterproof clothes, walking in such a straight line, totally ignoring her. Not just ignoring her, but nearly walking through her. Should she tell someone? Maybe he's still somewhere out there. Maybe he's sick. She should say something. The hiker sits herself up straight and looks around the circle. She's just opening her mouth to speak when she freezes. There he is. The man, sitting 2 places to her left. How had she missed him? Rain drips from his hood and runs down his sleeves. He isn't looking at her. He isn't looking at anything, just staring straight ahead at something beyond the fire. Is everything okay? The guy in the blue coat asks, noticing the hiker's discomfort. She gathers herself and tells him everything is fine, but the interruption is enough to kill the conversation. An uneasy atmosphere settles over the campfire. No one knows quite what to say. The only sounds are the crackle of the campfire and her breathing. She can hear it speeding up again, her lungs falling out of rhythm, out of sync with her body, in sync with her growing panic. Is he following her? It's too much. The hiker excuses herself and gets up from the fire. She walks in the direction of her tent, but with every step, she finds her lungs falling further out of rhythm. Breathe in, breathe out. Simple as that. 1 breath in, 1 breath out. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Is he behind her? Is he? She wheels around. No. No, he is still sitting with the crowd staring into the fire, just like the lady next to him and the young kid next to her. In fact, half of the people sitting around the fire don't seem to be moving at all. In fact, none of those people looking into the fire have said a word all evening. Not a laugh, not a smile, nothing. And come to think of it, there must be 11 of them sitting around that fire, but there are only 5 tents set up out here.
Huh?
A figure emerges out of the darkness so suddenly, it makes her jump. He can't be more than a few feet away from her, but in the darkness, she would never have guessed he was there. This new stranger walks straight past her, over to the fire, and takes her empty spot. No introductions, no asking if that space was taken. He just sits down. Quietly as she can, the hiker walks back over to the group, careful to hang back just out of the flickering glow of the fire. She watches as the newcomer takes the exact same pose as the others sitting around the fire, blank expression, staring straight ahead. The guy in the blue coat welcomes the new guest. No response. He puts an arm around the stranger. Nothing.
Bro.
He asks if he's okay. Had a long day? Silence. The concern seems to register on the guy's face, and indeed on the faces of the others sitting around the fire. Or rather, on half of the faces of those sitting around the fire. The other half just carries on staring into the flames. The faces. There's something strange about their faces. Their skin, it isn't just rain-soaked and cold, it looks slightly bloated, sallow, like a thin layer of plastic wrapped too tightly around a piece of meat that had been forgotten about. All of a sudden, the guy in the blue coat stands up sharply. "I'm going to bed," he announces in a slightly choked voice. Then he runs, scrambling away from the fireside and out into the rain. The hiker catches up to him and grabs his arm. He wheels around and stares at her with wild eyes, looking her up and down, then pulls away, heading for the door to the hostel. From behind her, the hiker hears the others from around the fire all getting up to leave too, and this time it really is everyone. Even the strangers with their bloated skin, everyone is getting up. She turns back to Bluecoat and implores him to let her come and stay in the hostel for the night. She doesn't feel safe out here anymore. He just shakes his head at her, mouthing noiselessly. His eyes lock with something over her shoulder. She spins around to see the stranger, the newest one to join them at the fire. He's right behind her, inches from her face. The smell hits her. It isn't overwhelming, but it is there, sure enough. The smell of rotting meat, barely making it to her nostrils as if it was seeping through the gaps of a closed dumpster. The stranger does not look at her, though. He raises a lazy arm and pushes her out of the way, eyes fixed on the door to the hostel. Bluecoat drops all pretense and starts running for the door. He reaches it, dives inside, and slams the door hard behind him. The stranger continues to walk to the door, all the way to the doorstep, then stops. Another of the strangers joins him. Then the stranger with the tattered waterproofs. Then the others. 7 figures standing by the doorway, not knocking, shouting, or doing anything at all, just waiting patiently, as if at any moment someone will come and let them in. The hiker stands motionless. She holds her breath. Maybe they've forgotten that she's here. She glances around back over to the fire. The others seem lost as to what to do. All of them are right on the verge of running, only there's nothing to run from. The strangers aren't doing anything. They aren't even looking at them. Just waiting by the door to the hostel. The hiker, still holding her breath, creeps over to the group. 3 girls, including herself, and 2 guys. They all exchange silent looks of fear with one another. Maybe they're overreacting. Maybe these strangers don't speak English. Maybe they're just exhausted from the wet weather and acting strangely because they've become a little delirious. Maybe it's all just one big prank. Maybe. For a long time, they stand like that, the 5 of them huddling near to the fire, the strangers waiting by the door to the hostel. No one speaking, no one moving. The fire sputters and shrinks the longer they stand there. The strangers remain totally still. Creepy? Yes. But nothing bad has happened. No one is being attacked. No one's in danger. Maybe they are overreacting after all. Tiredness sets in. It must be 2 a.m., maybe 3. Would it be crazy to just go to bed? Those strangers, odd as they are not actually doing anything. And it's so dark and so cold. Maybe if they just get into their tents and go to bed, everyone would be gone by the morning. So that's what they do, agreeing with their plan in hushed whispers. The hiker volunteers to go last. The others all get their things and disappear into their tents as she stands to watch. None of the 7 strangers by the door move. They just wait there patiently, expressionless, slightly bloated, waiting to be let inside. Finally, it is her time to go to bed. Quickly as she can, she unzips the door and ducks inside. The zip is loud, much louder than she expected. Stupid new tent. So loud that as she closes it behind herself, she sees the stranger in the tattered coat turning to look at her through the closing gap. Then nothing. She's on her own. Finally. She's holding her breath again, and through what she thought were impenetrable canvas walls comes a sound, just audible over the pattering rain. Footsteps. A shadow falls over the tent. The zipper slowly drags its way open. The rainy wind blows in, carrying with it the stench of rotten meat, as the stranger crouches down and crawls into the tent. There isn't space in there for the both of them. He crawls virtually onto her lap, his face inches from hers, looking right at her, but not seeing her at all. Now she is breathing hard and fast, shallow breaths that rack her lungs and send her whole body into convulsions and heave that horrible smell into her nose. More footsteps. The whole tent lurches to the side as another one of the strangers crawls in, stretching the canvas out to the left. He puts a heavy, clammy palm directly onto her arm, absently pinning her down. Once he's in, just like the other stranger, he just stops and waits. The third one forces his way into the tent. The hiker is now lying flat on her back, half pinned down. There's nowhere left for her to go. There is physically no space left in the tent. There's no air to breathe, nothing but these strangers. Footsteps surround her, yelps from the other tents, zips opening, poles bending, then silence. Nothing but the patter of rain as the 5 campers lie there, closed in by these 7 strangers. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, rotten meat, breathe out. The hiker lies there totally still as panic attack after panic attack racks her body as the strangers in her tent do nothing. Time warps out of shape. She has no idea how long it has been, but every so often, a new set of footsteps will march themselves purposefully up to the entrance of her tent, and a new shadow will join those encircling her. How many are there now? She can count them by the light of the fire. 9, 12. The counting gets easier. Somehow the fire is growing steadily brighter, brighter and brighter, until she can feel the warmth of it even from here. But no, it's too bright, too warm. That can't just be from that fire. Besides, no one out there is feeding it. Then the screaming starts. Just a few muffled yells at first, rising to blood-curdling shrieks within seconds. Within a minute, the sound of a roof collapsing. Sparks land on the tent and sear little holes into the material. The hostel. It's burning. The hiker wants nothing more than to break out of the tent and run to help, but the strangers surround her, doing nothing, just pinning her down, motionless, stinking. She blinks.
Stinking.
They're gone. The pressure on her arm isn't there anymore. The shadows on the fabric are gone. Just the light from the fire remains. That and the smell still wafting in the air. The hiker gasps for air and receives a lungful of smoke. She throws herself forward and out of the opening in her tent. It is too late. The hostel burns fiercely, just as the morning sun crests over the horizon, and the last droplets of rain fall at her feet. That morning, the hiker found herself standing right in the middle of SCP-1102.
Wow.
You see,
that's like such good storytelling with the animation. Good job, Dr. Bob. I have literally no idea what this SCP could be. Just a bunch of stinky, staring people in the mountains. Let's see.
This particular anomaly is not a creature at all, as you might have expected, but rather a region. Within the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia, USA, is a geographical area known for a disarming but ultimately harmless supernatural occurrence.
Oh.
Well, mostly harmless. Only occurring at night and during periods of rain or snow, a seemingly random area within the Blue Ridge Mountains will undergo a strange event. All of the corpses within that region will seemingly come back to life.
Oh.
This is no simple reanimation, however. The original bodies do not suddenly rise out of the ground. Instead, exact copies of those bodies appear. While these copies are close enough to the original person to fool observers from a distance, they fail to be all that convincing upon closer inspection. The skin is the biggest giveaway, looking somewhat deteriorated and different in color from the original person. The most obvious difference, however, is the behavior. Corpses created during an SCP-1102 phenomenon lack full brain function. While studies have found flickers of activity occurring between the neurons, it is nowhere near enough to sustain intelligent thought. These bodies find themselves driven by one simple and very human desire. They want company.
Aww.
Any corpses, human or
really?
otherwise, will seek the nearest crowd of their own species and gather with them. Beyond this drive, little is known about their motivations. Once with the group, they do not feed, reproduce, seek dominance, or even offer any social interaction. They just return to their nearest point of civilization, simply to be there. Until all of a sudden, they aren't there. When the sun rises after an SCP-1102 occurrence, every walking corpse simply disappears, along with the original corpse that it was copied from. Not a trace is left behind, unless, of course, you happen to get that smell trapped in your brand new tent. And this brings us to what was most unfortunate about the incident up at the hostel in the Blue Ridge Mountains that our hiker bore witness to. The fire that started had nothing to do with SCP-1102. All that happened was our friend in the blue coat felt so afraid of the strangers standing outside that he sat himself right up against one of the hearths inside, close enough for the edge of his coat to catch fire. While the whole building did burn down, rescue services only found 8 bodies inside, far from the maximum capacity the hostel offered, almost as if everyone else crowded inside that building had mysteriously vanished. Of course, keeping an SCP like this one away from the public eye is no small task. Containing a seemingly random geographic phenomenon is virtually impossible without sealing off the whole mountain range. Instead, a group of dedicated agents has spent several years running an information operation instead, taking the truth of these events and dressing them up as cliched ghost stories, the kind you'd tell around a campfire. So next time you sit across from someone toasting a marshmallow and telling you about a friend they once had, it might just be worth paying attention to. You never know who might be on their way to join you. If you want to support this important...
That's, I think, one of my favorites in a while. Like, the concept of zombies that don't have any want besides just being lonely. They just want to hang, you know? That was well told. Stare, want to hang out. It's me on my birthday in that one. Want to hang out? Sorry, jar. You guys enjoying this, by the way? It's efficient. I'm enjoying it. You can just chill and level while seeing SCP. Alright. Let's see what we can find. Good bedtime cooldown. Yeah, feel free to fall asleep whenever you want. You know? This can lull you to sleep like a little baby. Then I've done my job. Not ready yet. The ability isn't ready yet. Should I turn that off? You guys do not want the sound of a little baby going, that spell isn't ready yet. Or is that helping you go to sleep, you know? Can't do that yet. Alright, let's see what the next one is. The Menangle seeks human prey.
The full moon hangs heavy in the night sky over the dense jungle canopy. Below, The darkened palm trees stand silent in the humid air, festooned with vines and lianas. And tropical insects hum in the undergrowth. The night is quiet and dark here, far from the city, in one of the farthest, most secluded provinces of the Philippines. One would hardly expect anyone to be out at this time of night. The young woman is hurrying home, carrying a lantern before her face so that she can see where she's going in the pitch black of the night. Her swollen belly reveals that she's at least several months pregnant, her new middle throwing her off balance just enough that she has to be careful not to stumble. A
Does
woman
the
in her
Menangle
condition,
eat babies?
she thinks, shouldn't be out at this time of night, and certainly shouldn't have to do household chores like this. But the work has to get done, no matter what. She carries a basket of wet laundry under her other arm. She is returning from washing her clothes in the river, and if she had planned things out better, she would have been home long before the moon rose. Unfortunately, she spent far too much time gossiping with several other village women before getting to work on scrubbing her filthy clothes against the rocks. Luckily, it's not too far from the river back to her home in the village. The worst thing that might happen, she reminds herself, is that she might lose her footing in the dark and trip over a rock or a root. There's no chance that she might run afoul of some nocturnal animal, she tells herself, even though the sudden chills down her spine and sweat dripping from her brow reveals the truth, that she doesn't believe that at all, and, in fact, she's getting more and more nervous as she staggers through the dark. It isn't just the threat of wild animals. She remembers the stories that her mother told her when she was a little girl, all about sinister supernatural monsters that live in these woods. Of course, those are just stories invented to scare children, she tells herself. She's a grown woman now, about to have a child of her own. She shouldn't be worried about boogeymen. She just needs to keep her head on her shoulders, and she'll be sure to arrive home safely.
She can lose
her lantern throws its light over a figure standing below the crook of a catmon tree. The woman jolts, nearly dropping her laundry. She gulps back a scream as she realizes that what she sees isn't a wild animal, but rather a person. "Oh, sorry," says the young woman, her voice shaking a little. "I didn't think anyone else was still out this late. I thought you were a wild animal." "Don't you worry, little one," says the figure in a soft, sibilant voice. The figure steps forward, and the young woman recognizes her. It's an old woman from the village, her back hunched and her long white hair falling over her shoulders in a messy tangle. The young woman feels inexplicably nervous running into this particular villager here in the jungle at night. Many of the village kids whisper that she's actually a witch who has all kinds of weird supernatural powers. Even some of the village elders are afraid to cross her for fear of getting cursed. "Where are you going at this hour? Someone in your condition shouldn't exert yourself so much." "I'm just heading home," says the young woman, hefting the basket of laundry for emphasis. "It's dangerous to be out so late alone. Here, let me walk home with you. There's safety in numbers, you know." "Thank you." The young woman almost wants to protest that she doesn't need any help getting home, because she really does not want to spend any more time with this old woman. But at the same time, she is reluctant to say anything that might insult her. After all, even if the young woman doesn't believe in witchcraft, it's not like she wants to take any chances. Besides, the truth is that she is rather frightened of being alone in the dark, and any company is better than nothing, even if it's this strange old woman. "How far along are you, honey?" says the old woman, placing a hand against the surface of the young woman's protruding belly. The young woman grimaces. She doesn't like this old woman intruding on her personal space like this. The old woman's hands are wrinkled and veiny, flecked with liver spots, and her fingers topped with gnarled talons. The young woman wants to cry out at the sight of them, but she bites her tongue. Instead, she answers the old woman's probing question as calmly and politely as she can. Very nice," says the old woman, her rheumy eyes never straying from the young woman's belly, and her hands still rubbing against her stomach as if she's trying to reach something within. The old woman makes a strange sound in her throat, like she's smacking her lips in hunger, but it's hard to see anything in the dark. The young woman can only nod in confusion, but she quickens her pace. She hopes that she can get home soon, and once she's home, she can get away from her unfortunate travel companion. The old woman keeps pace, grabbing her younger traveling companion by the arm and holding tight. Her grip is surprisingly firm for such a seemingly frail old woman, and the young woman again wonders if maybe there's something supernatural about this ominous crone. She wants to pull her arm away, but the old woman's long claws pinch cruelly into her flesh. It's as if the old woman is silently warning her, "Don't pull away. I'm too strong for you to escape." "What a sweet little bundle of joy you carry there," says the old woman, as if speaking to herself. "What a delectable little burden. The young woman knows that she's still talking about her unborn baby, but all this mumbling just makes her more worried.
Yeah.
They continue walking, the young woman staring resolutely at the small circle of illumination thrown by her lantern onto the path ahead, doing everything in her power to not look at the old woman standing at her side for fear that she might scream. Why is she so nervous? Worse, does the old woman sense her fear? The young woman has heard that witches are easily offended, and that's the last thing that she needs now. She continues walking, the old woman gibbering and whispering in her ear, plying her with odd questions about her pregnancy. Eating well, have you? You know it's very important to eat right when you're carrying, so that the baby can be born strong and healthy. Right, says the young woman. She really doesn't need this unsolicited advice. She heaves an audible sigh of relief as the village comes into view over the next bluff. Thank God, she thinks, I'm almost home. She just hopes that the old woman will take a hint and leave her alone once they arrive at her doorstep. She wonders if this old woman might try to come into her home or maybe steer her towards some other destination. But what can she do? All she can do is keep walking home and hope for the best. Is it just you, is it? Is the father in the picture, I haven't seen you with any young men lately, have I? Asks the old woman. Her nosiness is really starting to irritate the young woman, enough that she almost forgets her fear. No, it's just me, says the young woman automatically. She immediately regrets that confession. What is this old woman planning? Is she up to some mischief? Now she knows that the young woman lives alone, and there won't be anyone around to see whatever this crone is planning. Her grip tightens on the young woman's arm as if to warn her again. The village is quiet and dark. Everyone else has already gone to bed by now, so the pair of them walk down narrow, still streets. The only sound is the crunch, crunch, crunch of gravel under their feet. After what seems like an eternity, they arrive at the front gate of the young woman's house. Well, here I am, she says, a little too loudly and firmly to be completely casual. This is my home. Thanks for keeping me company on my way home. To her immense relief, the old woman lets go of her arm. The young woman immediately pulls away, rubbing the deep bruises left by the old woman's gnarled talons. Think nothing of it, my dear. The old woman smiles widely, a long rope of saliva dribbling from her slack lips. Her teeth look jagged and misshapen. It's hard to see in the dark, but they look more like the teeth of a wild beast than a human. It must be her eyes playing tricks on her in the dim light, though. The young woman can't help but recoil in disgust, but luckily her face is hidden in shadows, so the old woman doesn't seem to notice. I'm happy to help. I hope to see you again very soon. The young woman doesn't wait any longer. Even before the old woman turns to leave, the young woman scampers across her yard and yanks open her door. She runs inside and pulls the door shut behind her. Her heart is racing, and her breath comes in ragged pants. She can feel the baby in her belly kick, suddenly agitated by its mother's fear. Shh, it's okay, she coos softly, patting her stomach and hoping that her tender voice will help to calm her baby. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. That old woman frightened me half to death. They say that she's a witch, and I'd almost believe it. What a strange experience. She pulls the curtain aside and peeps out the window. The old woman is gone. The young woman looks up and down the street, but sees no sign of her traveling companion. She inhales deeply and feels the tension drain from her body as she lets her breath out. Thank goodness that's all over. She can't explain why this whole night has unnerved her so much, but there was just something so uncanny about that strange old woman. She's glad to be rid of her. The young woman tries to put the whole experience out of her head as she prepares for bed. As she pulls on her nightclothes, she startles when she hears something heavy and loud clatter across the roof. It's not unusual for roof rats or other nocturnal animals to scurry across the roof at night. This sounds louder than usual. It's probably nothing, she tells herself as she climbs into bed. I'm still just upset about meeting that old woman on my way home from the river. That whole thing must have jangled my nerves worse than I thought if I'm flinching at every little sound. I'll be fine when it's light out. The sooner I get to sleep, the sooner it'll be morning. Even though her nerves are rattled, she is quite tired after a long day, and it doesn't take long before she drifts off to sleep. The young woman's eyes close, and her breathing becomes slow and steady, the shallow rhythms of sleep. Inside her head, she might be troubled by strange dreams, but to any outside observer, she is dead to the world. Asleep in bed, she doesn't react to the clattering on the roof. Whatever is up there is making an awful racket as it drags itself over the roof tiles. If someone were around to watch, they would see that whatever is on the roof is no rat. It's a darkened figure, almost big enough to be human, but strangely truncated. Two massive leathery wings unfurl behind it, extended to help the strange creature maintain its balance upon the roof. It drags itself forward using only its hands, long talons tapping at the roof shingles as it seeks a loose tile, anything that will give it access to the house below. Its finger finds a crack. Wheezing and panting, the creature leans forward, putting its eye to the crack to peer into the room below. The young woman is asleep in bed directly below, and that's exactly what this creature was hoping for. The young woman mumbles in her sleep, her mind filled with disturbing dreams. She's oblivious when, all of a sudden, something drops through that crack in the ceiling. It's long and slippery and covered in thick, wet mucus. It looks, for all the world, like a tongue, but it's far too long to be any human tongue. It drops lower and lower into the room, extending closer and closer to the young woman sleeping in her bed. The disgusting appendage caresses her face, leaving a wet slug trail of saliva across her forehead, as if it's looking for something, then brushes against her lips, and the tongue seems to find what it wants. Instantly, it snakes into her open mouth and shoots down her throat. The young woman starts to sputter and choke, her limbs thrashing and flailing, but still, she is held fast in the grip of sleep. Some wild nightmare is playing out in her head. Perhaps she fantasizes that she is drowning in a river or choking on some food or being strangled by a fiend. Whatever she's thinking, it couldn't be further from the truth, that an alien tongue has jammed itself down her throat. The tongue pushes deeper and deeper inside her until it makes contact with her womb. A trained anatomist might balk at the idea that the tongue could find her womb by accessing her throat, but somehow it has done exactly this, snaking its way through the labyrinth of her insides to find her unborn baby. A sticky aperture opens up at the tip of the tongue, revealing that the tongue is hollow, like a massive soda straw. It sucks up the baby like a vacuum, slurping it up, up, and out. The bulge of its prey traveling up the length of the tongue like a wild pig swallowed by a boa constrictor. Once the baby is gone, the tongue slides out of the woman's mouth and retracts back toward the ceiling, disappearing back through the subtle crack. There's a clatter on the roof again, followed by the soft flutter of leathery wings. The young woman settles back into a deep, still sleep.
Oh my God.
The awful sensation of suffocation having passed. The rest of the night is peaceful and quiet, but when she awakens the next morning, she finds that the nightmare isn't over. She wakes with a strange empty feeling in her guts. Something is very wrong.
That's really
She throws aside
sad.
her covers and stares at herself in shock. Her baby is gone. Her rounded belly has deflated back to its pre-pregnancy state, and she can sense, as only a mother can, that she is no longer carrying something within her. She shrieks in terror at this bizarre revelation. What could have happened? What could be responsible? That young woman just had an encounter with SCP-5201. SCP-5201 is a humanoid subspecies native to the Philippines, dubbed Homo sapiens visceralis,
This is real
but
Philippines
known by
folklore?
many
Yeah.
local names across the Philippine Islands, including the Aswang, the Tik-Tik, or simply the Viscera Sucker. But it is most commonly known as the Manananggal. During the day, an instance of SCP-5201 looks like an ordinary human. At a glance, there is no way to immediately distinguish an instance of SCP-5201 from a regular member of Homo sapiens. However, Foundation researchers have found that there do exist certain retinal irregularities unique to SCP-5201, so the agency has developed a portable retinal scanner for use in quickly identifying instances of SCP-5201. SCP-5201 is far easier to tell from an ordinary human at night when it undergoes a strange and startling metamorphosis. It unfolds a pair of membranous wings, resembling those of a bat, from its back. Even more startling, its torso splits in two. Its upper torso then flies off in search of prey, while its lower torso is hidden in a secure location until SCP-5201 can reconnect. SCP-5201 will seek out human prey, most likely relying on a keenly attuned sense of smell, and, once it has chosen a victim, will alight on the roof of their home and then snake its preternaturally long, tube-like tongue into the house below so that it can feed. SCP-5201 feeds by inserting its tongue into the orifices of unfortunate sleepers and sucking out their internal organs as easily as you would suck soda through a straw. SCP-5201 will happily eat human livers, stomachs, and intestines, but its favorite food is unborn fetuses. So much so that instances of SCP-5201 disguised in their human form can often be recognized by their tendency to drool at the sight of pregnant women. SCP-5201 are well known to local humans who live in fear of nocturnal attacks by the dreaded Manananggal. Interestingly, SCP-5201 can be repelled by Abrahamic holy objects like rosary beads or crucifixes, or can be staked through the heart with sharpened shafts of bamboo, very similar to the means used against vampires in Western folklore.
Good to know.
SCP-5201 is especially vulnerable when its upper torso is out hunting, so it will always take the utmost care to hide its abandoned lower torso in a secret, secure location. If you can find the hidden lower torso, it is possible to kill SCP-5201 by sprinkling its exposed viscera with spices like garlic, salt, or vinegar, or failing that, even ash or urine.
Just
this causes an unusual reaction that is not yet fully understood by Foundation researchers, but will prevent the two halves from rejoining. If the two halves of the Manananggal cannot rejoin before dawn, sunlight will kill the creature. If none of these methods are available, it is also possible to repel SCP-5201 by using a specialized whip fashioned from the tail of a stingray.
What?
The SCP Foundation currently has an undisclosed number of domesticated SCP-5201 instances held in the Fauna Containment Wing of Site-235. Because this species has been known to practice cannibalism, each specimen is to be held in its own personal containment cell. While there are obvious ethical and logistical concerns with feeding human organs to SCP-5201, the Foundation has discovered that SCP-5201 can still easily thrive on a diet of any newborn mammal with a mass of at least 1 kilogram. Piglets have so far proven to be the most cost-effective and available options, but other species can be substituted as necessary. All entrances to SCP-5201 containment cells are to be guarded by at least 2 Level 2 personnel equipped with stingray whips, crucifixes, or some other object found to cause harm to SCP-5201. Unlike humans, SCP-5201 have an unusual asexual reproductive process. The lower body can regenerate a new upper torso via a process similar to epimorphic regeneration observed in autonomous lizards. Upper torso of an SCP-5201 would leave behind the parent's lower torso to search for a compatible female human. SCP-5201 would attack and consume this human, claiming her lower torso as its own. Smearing ash, urine, or spices into the exposed innards of the lower torso inhibits this process and prevents effective reproduction. The exact origin of SCP-5201 is unknown, although the creature is endemic throughout the Philippines, and historical records indicate that it has inhabited the island since at least 1500, when it was first described by Spanish sailors to the islands. Fossil remains and genetic testing indicate that it is actually an invasive species from outside the Philippine archipelago. SCP-5201 is currently believed to be extinct in the wild, following eradication efforts by the Foundation in the 1990s.
We did it.
An epidemic of SCP-5201 attacks in the early 90s prompted the SCP Foundation to join forces with the Supernatural Committee of the Philippines and the Global Occult Coalition to take action to prevent SCP-5201 from spreading to other countries. Dubbed Project Dipsy, the operation involved amnesticizing the major cities of the Philippines, funding propaganda campaigns to dismiss SCP-5201 as a product of folklore and urban legends, and eventually domesticating the surviving SCP-5201 population for cellular regeneration research. Because of its aggressiveness and taste for human flesh, SCP-5201 specimens regularly attempt to breach containment, and thus have been given the designation Euclid. And while the SCP Foundation has done its best to eliminate the threat of SCP-5201 in the wild, there's no guarantee that a few instances of this vicious monster might have slipped through the cracks and possibly even spread out into the wider world beyond its home in the Philippines.
Thanks for that.
You still might want to search your room for any suspicious cracks or holes before you bed down for the night, because there are very few things less pleasant than waking up from restless dreams to find a long, slimy tongue jammed down your throat.
If you want to support this important mission while also getting influence over the anomalies we cover and an exclusive look behind the scenes, check out the Dr. Bob.
That's great. That was definitely less wholesome than the last one. And the last two, really. That was a lot. How do you guys feel? Is that okay? Want to do one more, or we good for the night? It made me sad, but I want to see more. Okay. Two more, three more. see. We got clean your drains, people.
At first glance, it looks like a perfectly ordinary bathroom. Nothing to suggest that anything weird is going on here. Certainly, if the D-Class personnel assigned to investigate this facility had encountered this room in the wild, if he walked into a bathroom that looked like this while visiting a friend's house or lunching in a restaurant or even stopping at a gas station rest stop, he wouldn't have any reason to think anything was amiss. But this is the SCP Foundation, so he knows that nothing here is as it seems. He glances briefly up at the camera installed in the ceiling. The lens aperture dilates briefly, focusing on his face, and he knows that an SCP technical on the other end is watching his every move. He grimaces, fully aware that his status as a member of D-Class personnel means that every experiment could be his last. That knowledge doesn't exactly endear him to the Foundation or its mission, but it's not like he has much of a choice in picking his assignments. Suddenly, a voice crackles to life over the intercom. "Please step fully into the bathroom," says the researcher on the other end of the camera feed. "What's this all about?" asks the D-Class personnel. "This is just a bathroom, isn't it? What's so special about this place?"
Yeah.
His eyes scan the room.
That's what
The
I'm
floor
saying.
is covered with smooth white tiles. The walls are a soothing light blue color, reminiscent of a calm ocean, the sort of color that you might pick for its soothing effect when you need to make use of these facilities. A large mirror is fixed to the wall before a countertop with a sink. Next to the sink, there's a toilet.
play a game where
and
you're
next
just
to
a
that,
D-Class doing
a
experiment
bathtub
puzzles?
with a shower.
Yeah, that
There's
would
a
be kinda
scrubbing
fun,
brush
wouldn't
and a
it?
plunger stashed behind the toilet tank, and a fuzzy shag
Like an
cover
escape
stretched
room
over
game,
the toilet
but it's
lid.
just like,
It's
do you
all
live or
very
not?
ordinary.
Follow the
It's
instructions.
much too ordinary, he thinks.
Each time it's different.
A sudden horrible thought occurs to him. "You're not gonna watch me use the toilet?" he asks, a slight edge of panic in his voice. That's absurd, of course, but here at the SCP Foundation, there's nothing that he would put past these people. They've always got some new weirdness happening, and it wouldn't at all surprise him to learn that they would want to watch him at his most exposed. The voice comes back over the intercom. "What? No, you don't need to use the... Look, just step forward. Literally all that I want you to do is to step into the room." The D-Class smirks to himself. He's already been through more of these crazy experiments than he would care to remember, and he has the scars to prove it. It gives him a small measure of satisfaction to hear the agent getting flustered. Even if he has to participate in these dangerous experiments, he can at least make things awkward for his tormentors. That seems like a little bit of poetic justice to him.
Yeah, get him.
As the agent requested, though, he steps forward. The moment that he's cleared the threshold, the door slams behind him with a crash. The D-Class jumps in surprise and shouts, Why'd you do that?" "I didn't do that," says the voice over the intercom. Of course, thinks the D-Class personnel.
I didn't do
He should have
that.
expected this. He grabs the doorknob and tries to yank the door open, but the door is stuck fast. He yanks again, harder this time, but the result is the same. The door doesn't budge at all. "The door's stuck," cries the D-Class. He feels his heart start to beat faster, and his temperature begins to rise. What terrible thing does this room plan to do to him? But after a moment, he begins to calm down. It doesn't seem like this room is planning to do anything. Maybe it's just a room with a weird door. But if that were the case, then why would the SCP Foundation be interested in this? "Just hang tight," says the agent. "I'll see what I can do about getting that door open." A few moments later, the agent arrives at the door to the bathroom and gives it a sharp yank. It doesn't budge. "Door's stuck," she says. The D-Class rolls his eyes. Of course it's stuck. "Hold on a second, I'll go get a technician," she says. The D-Class personnel listens to the sound of the agent's feet retreating into the distance. He sits down on the closed toilet and buries his face in his hands. What a day. Is he going to be trapped inside this bathroom forever? He can't help but speculate, but he tries not to think about it. He's more annoyed than anything, truth be told. He wonders if the agent is actually going for help, or if she's still just sitting in her cubicle, watching him through the camera and waiting for the other shoe to drop. His eyes flick to the camera, and he furrows his brow. He's so intent on the camera that he doesn't notice as a dark shape slowly bubbles out from the bathtub drain. It's a cockroach.
Ew.
A perfectly ordinary cockroach. Or is it? The roach remains motionless for a moment, perfectly still, except for the subtle twitch of its antenna. Then, all at once, it starts to move. The roach scuttles across the tub, scaling the porcelain walls, and runs across the counter. Like all cockroaches, it seems confused now that it's emerged into the light and eager to find a dark corner where it can hide again. It reaches the edge of the countertop, but, of course, a sheer cliff is no obstacle for an insect. It shimmies down the cabinet and makes a dash across the tiled floor. That's when the moving roach finally catches the eye of the D-Class personnel. He yelps in surprise and pulls his feet up, his knees going flush with his chest. The roach looks oddly out of place in this clean and well-maintained bathroom. and the sight of this disgusting little vermin fills the D-Class with a sudden and deep sense of loathing. "That's one massive cockroach," he mumbles to himself. Almost as if it heard his words, the roach starts to skitter toward him. The D-Class does not like that at all. Without hesitation, he immediately stomps on the roach, bringing his foot down with a definite thud, and then grinding the unfortunate insect under his heel. The sound is loud enough to attract the attention of the agent behind the camera. Apparently, she must have returned to her post after sending a request for a technician. "What was that?" she asks, her voice crackling over the intercom. "There was a really huge cockroach, just came out of the tub. Come on, hurry up and get the door open. I don't like it in here. There might be more of them." Okay, says the agent. "Just hold on for a second. Help will be here in just a couple minutes. Don't be so jumpy, it's just a bug after all, nothing to worry about." The D-Class personnel isn't so sure of that. After all, when you're dealing with unknown anomalies like those in the SCP archives, can you ever just not worry? He pulls his shoe off, stands up from the toilet, and walks over to the sink. Grumbling to himself, he turns the faucet and starts to wash the insect ichor off the bottom of his shoe. He's too intent on his activity to notice that a second cockroach has already popped out of the bathtub drain. Like the first one, it hesitates for a moment, and then it scuttles across the tub, scales the walls, and makes a beeline for its deceased comrade. As this happens, a third roach emerges from the drain, and a fourth. By the time the D-Class turns around, a whole battalion of cockroaches has entered the bathroom. His eyes go wide as he takes in the scene. A good dozen roaches have clustered around the first smashed roach, all feeding on its carcass. It's a grisly scene, and the D-Class is immediately revolted. He knows nothing about roaches, nothing that might suggest to him that this is in any way unusual behavior for these insects, but he doesn't really care. It looks disgusting, and he's positive that it isn't natural. I don't like this, he yells, panic rising in his voice. "Get me out of here! Hurry up and open the stupid door!" The observing agent, safe in her office, doesn't share the D-Class personnel's terror. From her point of view, she's just watching a man freak out over a couple of perfectly ordinary bugs. Of course, the scene takes on a whole different feel when you're not the one being asked to expose yourself to strange and potentially dangerous SCPs. She can't help but chuckle at the scene. "It's not funny!" cries the D-Class, once again jumping on the toilet and pulling up his legs into a fetal position. "Those things are huge! You better get me out of here now, or... He struggles to think of some threat that might convince the agent to take him seriously, but he fails. The agent is too busy taking notes on the situation. The roaches look to be ordinary specimens of the American cockroach, each about 5 or 6 centimeters long. When the group of roaches has devoured their smashed comrade, that's when things start to get really strange. The small group turns as one toward the D-Class. Now that is weird, thinks the agent. The D-Class probably thinks the same, because he starts to scream incoherently. Both Agent and D-Class are so focused on the roaches that they don't notice something even more sinister happening in the bathtub. A dark, tar-like substance has started to seep out of the drain, gradually filling the bathtub. The agent is too busy trying to soothe the D-Class, trying to convince him to stop screaming and start explaining the scene to her in rational detail so that she can add his observations to her notes. Meanwhile, the oily black tar continues to bubble from the drain, the surface level rising, until the tub is approximately 1/5 full of black goo. The D-Class's eyes suddenly alight on the tub. What's this? He mutters. Suddenly, dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds, of roaches start to rise from the black goo.
Oh my god.
They boil over the sides of the tub in massive chitinous waves, spreading across the floor of the bathroom in a solid sheet of glimmering black carapaces. It happens so fast that the D-Class can only gibber in mindless terror. There are too many roaches. For the moment, the D-Class seems safe perched on the toilet. The roaches can't scale up the shiny porcelain, slipping back down at every attempt. He scrambles to his feet, standing on top of the toilet lid and praying that it will hold his full weight. Otherwise, he's going to tumble headfirst into that writhing, seething swarm of vermin. He stares at what looks like an ocean of living insects, the light reflecting off their chitinous shells with an evil, oily gleam. It's like a scene out of a cheesy horror movie, but it's all too real. Through his panic, the D-Class vaguely recalls that when he was a kid, he once read a book about ancient life on Earth during the Permian era, when the Earth was a hot, humid jungle, when high temperatures and oxygen-rich air made the world perfect for giant insects. Cockroaches have lived on this Earth for how many million years, he wonders. He knows it's a lot, and he can't help but think about that legacy now that he's confronted with a living carpet made entirely out of roaches. Aren't scientists always predicting that cockroaches will eventually outlive humanity? They're the only nasty little things tenacious enough to survive a nuclear holocaust or the punishments of climate change. He's less worried that cockroaches will outlive humanity right now, though, and more worried that they might outlive him personally. The roaches can't get up the toilet, but they have more success in scaling the walls. Soon the walls are covered in a mass of roaches, the air filling with a constant cacophony of chittering and scratching that sends chills up the spine of the panicking D-Class. The roaches start to march across the ceiling, and the D-Class gets the distinct impression that, if he doesn't do something fast, he's going to be completely covered. In desperation, he throws his shoe across the room with all his might, shouting curses as he does, but it doesn't do any good. His shoe hits the opposite wall and bounces off, dropping into the swarm and quickly sinking beneath the rolling tide of chittering insects. His futile attack only provokes the insect mob, and several dozen roaches take flight, launching themselves at the D-Class. He shouts and claws them away as roaches land on his face and shoulders. They scramble up his neck and tangle themselves in his hair. He keeps shouting and swatting them away, but there are more and more of them every second. More roaches are swarming out from the black oil simmering in the bathtub every second, and now they all seem intent on the D-Class. They crawl inside his mouth as he screams. He gags and coughs, trying to spit them out, but it seems that they're already crawling down his throat. In his panic, he slips and lurches forward, screaming and flailing his arms helplessly. He dives into the writhing mass of roaches. Within seconds, he is covered in a sheet of living insects. The observing agent is speechless, unable to comprehend the sheer insanity of what she is seeing. But watching the D-Class be consumed by cockroaches prompts her to vomit in disgust. The retching, gagging noises can be heard over the intercom. Hardly professional behavior, but we're way past worrying about that by now. By now, the bathtub is almost completely filled with black goo. The roaches start to return to the bathtub, scaling the tub walls in vast waves and throwing themselves into the pool of dark tar. As they retreat, they reveal the decimated remains of the D-Class.
Come on.
The corpse is ragged and bloody, partially eaten, its stomach visibly bloated. It twitches slightly, and the observing agent momentarily wonders if it's somehow possible that the D-Class personnel survived his ordeal, even though even a brief glance at the state of the corpse should make it clear it would be impossible. There's just far too much damage. It's obvious, in fact, that the twitching is caused by roaches that have burrowed into the body, squirming beneath its skin. Suddenly, something else begins to rise from the bathtub. It's another corpse, one in a much more advanced state of decomposition, to the point that it's nearly skeletal, but there's still enough flesh clinging to its bones that you might be able to recognize it for the person it used to be. Under the black ooze, there's still a ghost of a face clinging to the skull, liquefying eyeballs still rolling around loosely in its dark sockets, tattered lips hanging off of stained teeth. Its eyes swivel toward the prone body of the D-Class with malevolent intention. Black tar drips from its arms and skull. It places one hand against the rim of the bathtub, the other against the blue wallpapered wall, and slowly hoists itself up and out of the pool of black tar, displacing another few dozen cockroaches with its movements. The corpse slowly stumbles to its feet, dribbling black ichor, and steps out of the bathtub. It staggers across the room with sticky, uncertain steps, leaving a trail of roaches and black goo. When it reaches the body of the D-Class, it grabs it by the leg and then drags it back across the bathroom floor toward the tub. The skeletal corpse pulls the body of the D-Class personnel into the tub, and both of them submerge into the black goo. The remaining cockroaches follow suit, jumping into the black oil and slowly sinking below the surface. At the same time, the level of the black substance begins to fall as it starts to swirl away down the drain. After several minutes, the black goo has completely drained away, leaving no trace that it ever existed. The roaches, the strange living cadaver, and the corpse of the D-Class have all completely vanished, so that by the time the door of the bathroom clicks open again, there's nothing to suggest that there's anything at all strange about this room. Too late, the agent bursts into the room, flinging open the now unlocked door with all her might.
Why?
She scans the room in confusion, knowing that just moments ago, it was the scene of grisly carnage. There's no evidence of that now, but just the memory, the sight of the D-Class's bloated corpse, the sound of thousands of cockroaches marching and scuttling in unison, is enough to make the bile rise in her throat. She leans forward, hands on her knees, and vomits again. She's seen a lot as an SCP Foundation agent, but this SCP is definitely not one for the faint of heart, or the sick of stomach. What just happened here? Unfortunately, this is far from an unusual occurrence when you're dealing with SCP-6698. SCP-6698 is to all appearances a perfectly ordinary bathroom.
Where'd the shoe go?
Until it started to manifest anomalous behavior, it existed as a second-story bathroom in a private residence somewhere in Alabama in the United States. The first instance of anomalous behavior happened the day after a resident of the household, a 16-year-old male, reported killing an unusually large cockroach in the bathroom. The following night, when using the same bathroom, that same resident was overheard yelling in fright. His screams were followed by sounds described as a sink breaking and then a body falling against a crunchy and wet surface. Other members of the family attempted to respond to these sounds, but found that the door to the bathroom refused to open. Once the noises subsided, they found the door suddenly quite pliable, but when they checked inside, they could not find any evidence of the bathroom's teenage victim. The SCP Foundation quickly responded to the incident, amnesticizing the family and planting a suggestion that the missing teenager simply ran away from home into their subconscious.
Yeah.
The family was moved from the residence, which was then purchased by a Foundation shell company to allow for further testing. When a human enters the room, the door to the bathroom immediately closes and locks. The door will remain locked until the event is completed. Attempts to physically damage the door when it is in its locked state have all met with failure. A recording camera was installed in the bathroom to allow agents to observe the event as it unfolds. Victims who unknowingly wander into SCP-6698 will find themselves trapped. Moments after the door locks, cockroaches will start to emerge from the drain of the bathtub. Once the swarm has reached sufficient mass, the roaches will attack and feed upon the victim. At the same time, a black oil will start to fill the tub, laying the stage for the emergence of the mysterious tar zombie, which then removes the corpse of the victim from the scene.
Mysterious tar
The
zombie.
observing agent noted that the skeletal corpse she saw emerge from the tub bore a superficial resemblance to the missing 16-year-old male, raising questions about how SCP-6698 might have bonded with its original victim. Testing was suspended following the death of the D-Class personnel, so it is currently unclear if the same tar zombie appears during every instance, or if perhaps SCP-6698 pulls from a rotating roster of previous victims during its manifestations. At this moment, the relationship between the tar zombie, the black ooze,
that was horrifying.
and the
Catching your
legions of
stream for the
carnivorous
first time and I see
cockroaches
this
is
SCP,
unclear,
goddamn.
but large amounts of spectral
Sorry,
energy
man.
have been detected in the room, leading to an assumption that the event
Spectral
must be
energy.
supernatural in nature and to the involvement of the Department of Spectral Phenomena. Since SCP-6698 only attacks victims who enter the bathroom and does not appear to be capable of manifestation once the door is open, the SCP Foundation has attached a special apparatus to prevent the door from closing of its own accord, and assigned SCP-6698
A doorstop.
a designation
Brilliant.
of safe. One thing that is for sure, though, is that of all the ways that deadly SCP anomalies might choose to do away with their victims, being eaten alive from the inside by a swarm of scuttling cockroaches probably ranks up there as one of the worst. So that's something to think about the next time that you're looking for a little privacy in the bathroom.
Thank you, Dr. Bob. How I feel in chat? I feel like the first two we listened to before this one was a lot more wholesome than the last one. What was the one I just got? Free at last. Attempt to free a rune giant from the spells binding it. Where we at? More, please? Guys, it's 1 a.m. You got to go to sleep. It's past your bedtime. See, is there any... That one looks horrible. Not gonna look at that one. This one looks cool.
First of all, let's get
All right,
one
last
thing
one,
straight.
last one.
He had never wanted to be a police officer. All the way through school, while the other boys were playing Guardie e Ladri, or Cops and Robbers in English, he had been inside reading. Forget playing games about criminals and pretending you're in a 50s
TikTok
movie.
Dab Lord. Thank you for
The man had
15 months, man.
always been obsessed with all things ancient, artifacts and archaeology. That was where his imagination lived. And yet now, he is one of them, a police officer, standing in a sweltering uniform under the baking Italian sun, staring at fishing boats through a pair of binoculars. Just get a degree in Latin and move to Rome. You'll be a historian in no time. What could be easier? Yeah, right. After 2 years of job searching, he'd given up. The police were hiring and said they liked the look of him. What they'd failed to explain was that he'd be trained in the Polizia Provinciale. His primary duties? enforcing regional fishing laws. The man sighs and lowers his binoculars. The job wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the uniform. Who was Eugenio who thought that a black uniform would be a good idea in this heat? The police officer's walkie-talkie crackles. Someone's requesting him specifically. He doesn't recognize the voice. Must be a mistake or another prank. He's definitely running out of patience for those. It is his job, though. He pushes the button down and responds. Reports of a dangerous individual wandering around in central Rome near the Colosseum, threatening members of the public and acting erratically. The police officer replies, checking they've got the right person. What's this got to do with fishing law? He isn't even in Rome right now. It'll take him almost an hour to drive back to the city. There's a pause from the other end, then the voice crackles back through. You speak Latin, right? It was only a little thing, but it annoys the police officer for the whole drive back to Rome, his beat-up hatchback winding its way through the traffic with a siren blaring. You don't speak Latin. No one speaks it. It's a dead language. You study it, you read it, you can write it, you can speak it if you want, but no one speaks Latin like they speak Italian. Nice to use the siren for once, though. But sure enough, as he pulls up the handbrake, parking down a crowded side street, thank God for Polizia parking privileges, the voice he can hear yelling from nearby does appear to be speaking in Latin. The man must be very agitated. The officer can hear the shouts quite clearly even through his rolled-up windows. It doesn't take long at all to locate the disturbance. Polizia vehicles, much shinier and bigger than his own, block off the entrance to the square. Officers with colorful berets stand shoulder to shoulder, blocking off members of the public and tourists who all swarm close, trying to get an eye on the commotion. The police officer wearily pushes his way through the throng. The officers blocking the way smirk at his uniform and point at his car parked down the road. The longer he tries to persuade them to let him through, the more he feels like he's being pranked. Until suddenly, a senior officer with an even more colorful beret appears behind them and barks for them to let him through. The constable leads the police officer through the row of cars and into the square. It's mostly deserted. A few officers armed with tasers stand nervously in front of the various cafes and gelaterias. But everyone has eyes only for the man in the middle of the square. Brandishing a shovel, the man is yelling at the top of his voice. He swings it wildly at any little movement, and every few seconds looks down at his body in a state of total confusion. His face contorts constantly, fluctuating between savagery and utter fear. What is most strange about this man, however, is what is sitting on his head, an ancient Roman centurion's helmet. The police officer recognizes the helmet almost straight away. He remembers it from one of his textbooks at university. It looks to be one from the Marian reforms, roughly 100 years BCE. Go on, talk to him, the constable hisses in the police officer's ear. He's speaking Latin, isn't he? Speak to him. Sure enough, the crazed man is speaking Latin. His accent is rough, but totally natural. The words flow from his mouth as if he's been speaking the language all his life. But that wouldn't make sense. No one speaks Latin. The police officer steps forward and clears his throat. A megaphone is shoved into his hand. He raises it to his mouth and speaks into it. Immediately, the crazed man turns towards him and starts brandishing the shovel, wild panic distorting his face. The officer instinctively lowers the megaphone. The man's eyes follow the device. That was clearly a non-starter. The officer slowly lowers it to the ground and raises his hands, palms out to the man. He tries again. His Latin is rusty, very rusty, but he manages to introduce himself. The man's eyes meet his. The shovel stops swinging for a moment. When he speaks, his voice is a notch calmer. Only a notch. Publius Cartaphilius Aetius, Roman centurion, hero of the Jugurthine War. I serve under the command of the consul Gaius Marius. The police officer lets out a long breath. This is going to be an interesting day. He isn't sure what kind of drugs this grad student has been taking, but this level of delusion can't have just come from one too many all-nighters in the university library. The officer, hands still raised, holds eye contact with the man. He politely explains that Consul Gaius Marius is not here right now in what must be very formal Latin. That only seems to distress the man.
Oh, no.
He swings the shovel wildly round again, pointing it at the ruins of the Colosseum standing proudly over him. What has happened to my city? Which barbarous nation is responsible? I will slay every newborn male and have the mothers stitch their scalps into a cloak. I shall wear it as I parade the streets of their capital. Maybe slight overkill. It was mostly just a few earthquakes that had toppled the Colosseum. Not entirely sure who he could take that up with. God, maybe?
but the Romans had already had a go at slaying his offspring. What is so confusing about this man finally registers with the police officer? Well, aside from the obvious, the man is dressed in modern clothes. He talks like an ancient Roman, brandishes a shovel like a sword, is wearing a centurion's helmet, and yet, from the neck down, he's dressed in khakis and a polo shirt. The police officer asks the man where he's come from this morning. The man looks stumped by the question. The more he thinks about it, the more agitated he seems to become. The officer is about to divert the man's attention when he spies a pair of military police personnel approaching the man from behind, tasers at the ready. The officer cries out a warning, but it's too late. The barbs sink into the man's flesh, and the current flows through him. His muscles seize up, his body convulses, and he collapses to the ground.
It was like comic
A sea
sound.
of dark uniforms descend on him, obscuring him from view. All that can be heard are his screams.
Poor guy.
Several hours pass before the police officer gets a call back on his walkie-talkie. He spends the afternoon checking in with the station repeatedly about the strange man's situation. Before long, his requests are met with radio silence. But that evening, just as he is finishing up his shift, a call comes through. It is brief and tired-sounding, but it tells him what he needs to know. The man is being held in a station nearby. By the time the police officer sits down across from the Centurion again, it's clear that the man is exhausted. Bruises cover his arms, his lip is busted, and he has a nasty swelling pushing against the inside of his helmet. Apparently, the guards had tried to remove the helmet earlier, but the man had grown so violent that they decided it wasn't worth the effort. "Where did you get that helmet?" the officer asks, nodding to it. "Barracks Commander Quintus Sextus Caeso gave it to me." That wasn't particularly helpful. The officer racks his brains, trying to think of how to get through to this man. He notices the soldier across from him keeps glancing up at the ceiling. He follows the man's eye line and realizes he must be looking at the fluorescent tube light flickering slightly above them. The soldier is muttering something under his breath about dark magic. The police officer tries to explain that the light is essentially just a different kind of oil lamp. The soldier snorts derisively. He knows a cursed object when he sees it. Cursed object? The police officer studies the helmet more closely. It can't be a replica. There's no way. The nicks on the sides, the rusting around the edges, the oxidation of the bronze elements. It looks utterly authentic to what a 100 BCE helmet should look like.
Nerd.
"You've told me where you got your helmet. Where did you get your clothes?" The soldier stops grumbling. His jaw clenches slightly. He does not answer for a long time. When he does, his voice has
Garrick,
lost
thank
some
you
of
for the
its
raid,
bravado
man.
from before.
What's
These
up?
garments are not my own.
We're
I
grinding
awoke wearing them. This body.
and watching
The officer
SCP.
can piece together the rest of the sentence without the man saying it. This delusion must be running so deep that the man is completely disassociated from his own body. Then, all of a sudden, the soldier starts talking. He talks for several minutes without stopping for breath or interjections. At times, his voice swells with pride. At other times, it cowers with fear. But he speaks with a clarity and determination that goes beyond delusion.
Are you watching SCP
However
videos?
impossible it may seem,
Quiet down.
the police officer has no choice but to believe that the man sitting across from him was, in fact, Publius Cartaphilius Aetius. He'd fought in the Jugurthine War, a battle which the Romans had won, capturing King Jugurtha. Publius had been one of the centurions tasked with escorting the captured king back to Rome in chains. The soldiers had all drawn lots to determine who'd be on guard duty on which night. Publius had drawn the shortest straw and ended up guarding the king on the last night. The night of the Triumphus. The police officer took a second to remember what the Triumphus was. After a battle, on the final night, the Romans would throw a huge party celebrating their victory. While all of the other soldiers were out drinking and sleeping with the local women, Publius stayed up all night watching the king in silence. The king spent the night trying to bribe him, persuade him, flatter him, say anything to try and win his freedom. When nothing worked, the king grew frustrated, then angry. In a spitting rage, he started to curse the centurion. The soldier recounts the curse word for word to the police officer, who sits in stunned silence. A chill comes over the room as he speaks. "Spirits of the underworld, I consecrate and hand over to you, if you have any power, Publius Cartaphilius Aetius. Whatever he does, may it all turn to ash. Spirits of the netherworld, I consecrate to you his limbs, his head, his shadow, his brain, his mouth, his nose, his speech, his breath, his liver, his heart, his lungs, his intestines, his stomach, his arms,
all
his
of him?
hands, his knees, his calves, his heels, his toes.
And his toes?
Spirits of the netherworld, if I see him wasting away, I swear that I will be delighted to offer a sacrifice to you. A king's sacrifice." Publius punched the king square in the face. but a sense of unease came over him over the coming days. As the king was dragged through the streets of Rome, humiliated publicly, and executed, he had remained utterly calm, staring at Publius whenever he had the chance. Desperate to clear his mind, Publius went out drinking with his fellow soldiers.
Why did he
They had
hate
a
this guy
raucous
so
night,
much?
feasting, sleeping around, steadily losing consciousness, until Publius passed out in an alleyway. The centurion stops talking. His hands begin to shake, and his face contorts again. The police officer waits patiently, but the man does not continue his story. A single tear streams down the man's cheek, followed by a second on the other side. Then suddenly, both eyes are streaming, and he is shaking uncontrollably. A guttural cry fills the room. The police officer reaches across the table to take the soldier's hand. It's the wrong move. The soldier jerks back away from him, straining at the handcuffs holding him to the table. Panic fills his face again, the same panic that had torn at his face in the square earlier that day. He lunges for the police officer to attack him. At that moment, the door bursts open and a group of men charge in, restraining the soldier. They push the police officer back so hard he falls on the floor. These men aren't dressed in polizia uniforms at all. They're wearing totally unremarkable black suits.
Unremarkable?
One of them removes the helmet from the man's head and shoves it into a containment box with the words SCP Foundation printed on the side. The others restrain the man, but he suddenly stopped resisting. In a daze, the man looks around the room, his face utterly bewildered but harmless. There's no fight left in him, no soldier. The police officer clambers to his feet and approaches the man. Publius, are you okay? The police officer says in Latin. The man stares blankly back at him. Where the hell am I? He says in perfect Italian. That helmet, referred to herein as SCP-1510, now lives in a much more secure box in the artifact containment section of Site-19. In order to prevent the helmet from rusting or undergoing any significant wear, it is kept in a waterless environment. The layer of blue-green oxidized bronze is not to be removed, as it acts as a protective layer for the unoxidized bronze underneath. As the police officer observed, the helmet bears no distinctive features at all that would distinguish it from any other artifact helmets from the same era.
Why did I hear that?
The notable exception, of course, being that the helmet is inhabited by the former centurion Publius Cartaphilius Aetius, also known as SCP-1510-1. When the helmet is placed on one's head, the wearer's consciousness and body will be taken over by the soldier, who gains total control over their motor functions, thoughts, feelings, everything. However, this effect is not universal. Only males can be affected by SCP-1510, and they have to be aged between 28 and 35. It is theorized that this is to approximate the age and gender of SCP-1510-1 when he was alive in ancient Rome. Historical accounts seem to verify the account that this SCP gives of its life. While there are obviously few records remaining of 107 BCE, those that do exist align with his version of events, and nothing it has reported during interview sessions have seemed historically inaccurate as of yet. Interview sessions are held using D-Class personnel who don the helmet. While no noticeable long-term effects have been observed from wearing the helmet, long-term studies on the health consequences are ongoing. Initial interviews proved futile. SCP-1510-1 was immediately distressed at the point of aggression and violence for the first 5 sessions, attempting to attack the interviewers and fight its way out of the containment facility. However, upon the commencement of Interview 7, SCP-1510-1 was noticeably calmer. After apologizing for its previous behavior, the SCP was willing and able to share its life story and how it found its way into the head of a grave robber in modern-day Italy. The first part of the story is the same as that told to our police officer earlier. The point where SCP-1510-1 grew upset and violent with the police officer roughly corresponds to the ending of interview log SCP-1510-1-6, where the SCP requested a break to gather its thoughts. The next day, during interview number 7, the SCP told the rest of its story. It awoke in the alleyway after an indeterminate amount of time, still inhabiting the body of Publius Cartaphilius Aetius. However, that body was now a corpse, having died in the street from unknown causes, possibly alcohol poisoning, choking on vomit, or a head injury.
Damn, Publius,
In a state of distress, SCP-1510-1 was conscious as its body rotted away, fully sentient and aware of everything that was happening as its body deteriorated before its failing eyes. The corpse was soon discovered by a pair of local beggars who, noticing it was still alive, summoned a Haruspex. A Haruspex was a person trained in the art of divination who would study the entrails of deceased animals to find meaning. Upon examining and cutting apart the corpse of Publius Cartaphilius Aetius, the Haruspex concluded that the body was marked by the Furies and was a herald of tyranny reborn. The beggars quickly carried the body away and buried it outside of the city in an unused grave.
No.
SCP-1510-1 describes the experience that followed as a kind of fading. The helmet remained on the body, but the body deteriorated over time, steadily sapping the SCP of any sensations or stimuli. It appears the helmet needs a host in order to see, hear, smell, taste, and otherwise react or interact with the world. Removed from a host, it enters what it refers to as darkness, a time where it hovers between consciousness and unconsciousness, aware and thinking, but simultaneously resting in a kind of void, unable to observe the world or interact with it. For over 2,000 years, SCP-1510 remained in this state until a sudden awakening. A grave robber in Italy, the man brandishing a shovel in khakis and polo who ended up sitting confused in the police station, was responsible. Local police interviews reveal that the man has a history of digging around Rome and across Italy, looking for ancient artifacts to sell off to the highest bidder. Upon discovering SCP-1510, this man had proudly put the helmet onto his head, not realizing the effect that it would have on him. Almost instantaneously, the man's body was taken over by SCP-1510-1, who, after centuries of darkness, now suddenly found itself in the bustling heart of Italy's biggest city. Electric lights, smartphones, cars, sirens, tourists, everywhere SCP-1510-1 looked, it saw technology totally alien and otherworldly, overlaid and built into a city it had once known. In a state of utter panic, the SCP grabbed the nearest weapon it could find, the shovel used to excavate it, and started to attack those around it. Not exactly the best wake-up call. Nowadays, however, SCP-1510-1 is highly cooperative, having had time to process the world that it has awoken into and the loss of the world it left behind. It holds on to a soldier-like sense of duty. SCP-1510-1 still worships the ancient Roman gods, and as such, believes earnestly that Jupiter and Juno have a hand in keeping it alive.
Aww.
It has explained to interviewers on multiple occasions that there must be a purpose behind its continued existence, and that it is keen to work with SCP personnel in any way it can so as to achieve that purpose. While still being held in Latin, conversations with SCP-1510-1 are positive and at times jovial. It has a keen memory of its life in ancient Rome and can give very valuable insight into events that occurred at the time. This gives the Foundation vital intelligence in uncovering and tracing the origins of further SCPs that were theorized to have been present during the Yugoslav War in what is present-day Algeria.
If you want to support this important mission while also getting
That was a
influence over the anomalies we
one. We had a
cover
wholesome
and
one
an
to end
exclusive
on.
look behind the scenes, check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher today.
Shout out again to Dr. Bob. Please go drop him a sub on YouTube if you want to watch more animated SCP videos. They're really fun and well made. So yeah, I think this like WoW grind and chill watching fun stuff is a fun stream. So hope you guys enjoyed. I think we'll do more of that. If I can't come up with anything else to do, or you know, the end of stream days. Tomorrow though, I'm planning to do some more Warhammer interactive, where chat will be able to be cast as different Chaos soldiers, and we're going to be testing out some new functionality with that as well. So I think that'll be fun. That's the plan for tomorrow at least, and then hopefully later this weekend we can have another interactive stream. But yeah, that's the plan. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this kind of chill night. I know I did. And I will send you guys to my buddy Eric's, who's playing Grounded. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go. I don't even fucking know. I guess grind more. Stupid World of Warcraft. We got a message. Tell him. Publius raid. Publius raid. All right. Take it easy, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye.